Get y'all to listen to me for just one sec. We are out of chairs in this room. There is overflow seating in the lobby. The audio is broadcast to the lobby, so you will be able to hear everything that happens. But once again, seats are occupied in this room. We do have overflow seating in the lobby where audio will be broadcast. Thank you.
That is off. I mean, the mics are off?
All the mics are live.
But the red was off. Okay.
There you go. Yeah.
And when that's red,
You're on the audio.
it was off. Okay, so it just turns red when it's hearing sound.
It senses.
Got it.
What?
I think we're on past that.
Oh, yeah, I saw.
Two council person.
Oh, yeah. Hello. Hey. Hello.
I got it.
Okay.
Wait. Set to you. Automatically set to me.
What's it look like? It looks like that.
Out there, they can.
Like that before. The lights were on. Oh, maybe people just turn theirs off. Okay.
Don't trust those lights completely. Because sometimes the lights go on, sometimes they don't.
Okay.
But if you push mute, make sure you push the talk button beside that afterwards. And once you do that, it'll stay on until you push mute again.
And this one I'm guessing is mute and that's talk? Mute?
Yeah. Mute.
Talk?
Exactly. Sort of like.
I haven't muted it, so
They are still filling that out. Jackson is going to bring it to you at the end of
Hi, good. How are you doing? Susan, nice to meet you.
We've had a couple.
Agreed. All right, can I move this? Good evening, everyone. Hello, hello. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We have, I believe, audio-visual out in the lobby. If you're not able to find a spot in this room, there's plenty of spots all around. Welcome to the special meeting, Wednesday, March 20th, 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission. Tonight, we're going to start with roll call first. Normally, I see Will. Where's Will? Yeah. Sorry about that.
Let's do roll call.
It's okay, I'm so used to looking him in the eye. Sorry. Okay, there he is. Yay, okay. All right, Commissioner Faircloth,
Present.
Commissioner Cycle,
Present.
Commissioner Wheatley,
Present.
Commissioner Griner,
Present.
Commissioner Barton,
Present.
Commissioner Bean. Present. That is quorum, yes, thank you. First item up is the administrative section of our agenda tonight, and I promise to make it brief. We had our annual retreat on Friday, and there was a lot of touchy-feely stuff, but also we had a site visit, which is very good. First time for Susan, and that was really amazing to see. And I'm hoping with working with the Planning and Urban Department work plan that we received that preliminary version that maybe we can regroup later in the year and see if we're in alignment. Are there any comments or anything? I don't imagine there would be, but thumbs up, thumbs down, good time? All right. Okay.
Thumbs up for sure.
Okay, sweet. The next thing, I would like to have a couple commissioners come up and do a land acknowledgement. Commissioner Barton and Wheatley, would you, well, I guess you aren't getting up. You're just going to go.
Thank you, Chair. And for some context, at our retreat, we offered a land acknowledgement. Given today that we're in a special venue, the Harrah's Cherokee Center, we felt it was incumbent to recognize that Cherokee is not just a name on the side of the building. So since we are gathered today as the Planning and Zoning Commission, the body tasked with reviewing and advising on appropriate land use in the city of Asheville, it's fitting to acknowledge the storied history of this land. We occupy the land of the Cherokee people who have stewarded and been in relationship with these mountains and waterways from time immemorial. The land is occupied through violence, oppression, coercion, broken treaties, and forced relocation. Please join me in expressing respect and gratitude for the present-day Eastern Band of Cherokee, the Cherokee Nation, the United Kituwa Band of Cherokee, and all of our Indigenous neighbors, as well as the past and present marginalized community members, as we seek to join in the healing of the indelible trauma that is embedded in this land. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's get to it. Legislative public hearing. We've got a zoning map amendment, a request to conditionally rezone property located at 767 New Hawk Creek Road from residential single-family medium density RS4 to residential expansion conditional zone RES EXP-CZ. The property is identified as PIN number 9659-93-9458 in the Buncombe County tax record. The property owner is the estate of Margaret King. The applicant contact is Mr. Warren Sugg. Planner coordinating review, Sam Starbaum. And before we get into the presentations, I would like to explain how our public comment is working tonight, since it is a special meeting. If you would like to provide public comment, there is a sign-up sheet. I believe I have quite a few names here. There is 1 hour allotted on the agenda for input. And then there's also an FAQ out there in the lobby. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak, at which time we'll ask you to have a seat to allow others to speak. Interest groups are limited to 10 minutes total of speech time to allow for other members to speak. And since we definitely have, quite a few people signed up, like over 200, we... So the first thing is no clapping or cheering. I'm watching all of you, okay? I have the discretion whether or not to continue with public comment after that hour period, so choose wisely. The public comment period is designed to gain input from the public and not for immediate responses by the Planning and Zoning Commission to the questions or comments presented. At the end of 60 minutes, we reserve the right to close the public comment period and move on to commissioner deliberation for this agenda item. Questions or comments may also be shared with the commission by contacting one or more planning members after this meeting. You can find Planning and Zoning Commission and planner contact information on the City of Asheville Planning and Urban Design website. So first up, we're going to hear from staff. The staff presentation, Sam Starbaum. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome, Madam Chair, and members of the commission. I want to make sure that is working because of all the individuals we have in this meeting room. We do have a full house and a full agenda, so what I will do is I will be brief and then I will be seated. For those of you that are familiar with my presentations, this format should be something you're familiar with. This is a roadmap I like to use for all my presentations. We will, of course, start with some context maps to get into the cultural and physical geography of the region, as well as some of the zoning that exists in the area. Where are we for this? We are, of course, in Haw Creek. Here you can see on the map the City of Asheville jurisdiction shown by satellite imagery. Everything in gray is outside the city boundaries. It may be Buncombe County, it may be other municipalities, but what we are concerned with is Haw Creek, which is generally understood to be from the 240 tunnel exchange moving east to the Gross Methodist Church, moving north to Sonley Estates. And you can see the subject parcel, which is 27.05 acres. There, it's pointed to by the magenta, I'll call it, arrow. And this is a better look at what this is. For those of you that have the packet materials, this should be familiar. It is bisected by New Haw Creek Road. The left side of this screen is west. It has a strand of mature trees in the area. And then, of course, the steepest and oldest strand of trees is to the northeast. There are currently 8 addressed structures on there, 5 on the eastern portion, 2 on the western portion. And from the satellite imagery, you can also see portions of the actual physical Haw Creek and elements of what appear to be wetlands, which still need to be delineated from the Army Corps of Engineers. And this is in an area where RS4, residential single-family medium-density district zoning, is predominant, moving particularly north. This is just about the only zoning designation you will find. There are, however, in areas of Haw Creek, higher density zoning districts. You have RM6 and RM16 all within a mile radius of the subject property, but that is further south as you get towards the Tunnel Road entrance to Haw Creek. And I want to be clear about this too as I talk about zoning. We are not measuring against RS4. We are measuring the project proposal against residential expansion district standards. We find that development meets most regulations. We do not find that the development meets all regulations, but they meet most. And there are conditions for this, which is part of the conditional zoning process. Worthy of note here, the only conditions we find is that, of course, the residential expansion district requires 3,500 square foot lot sizes. That is not in existence for the proposed townhomes. The townhomes are going to be 2,090 square feet. And then, of course, also the townhomes will need a condition for the side yard setbacks. They are an attached structure, so there aren't any side setbacks because they're attached to the other townhome. And that is what we have evaluated. These new site plans sent in after the February 5th TRC meeting. You can see here the revised site plan. Really the only thing of note here is the 2 5-foot wide walking paths that connect Beargrass Lane to Red Ember Drive to Elm Shadow Way. That provides a little more internal connectivity. And then worthy of note too is the revised landscape plan. In the TRC meeting, Planning and Urban Design staff had asked the applicant to increase the property line buffer from a type A, which is a 20-foot buffer, to a type B, which is a 30-foot buffer. They have done so, and that actually represents a 41,000 square foot increase in the amount of property line buffer for the overall property in that perimeter. And the applicant is asking for a condition to use the existing mature trees as a component of that property line buffer. For areas where there are no mature trees to meet that property line buffer, they will provide the appropriate plantings. You can see that to Plan View North, which should be towards the top of the screen. It is also worth noting that all the street trees are provided for. They are seeking a condition for a portion close to where Haw River Drive does intersect with New Haw Creek Road. That will be closer to 65 on center rather than the required 40. That is for site visibility triangles and engineering concerns. Staff finds that's a reasonable request, and that is a common request as an alternative compliance application to the Urban Forestry Commission. This is something we see because there are always engineering challenges with the available lot inventory left in Asheville. This is a common request, which is why planning would be able to support such a condition. And then I also wanted to talk about the revised TCP. There weren't any changes to the amount of canopy saved. There were changes to the recommended species list. They had corrected a few ministerial errors and provided updates on the species list. It's also worth noting in the city of Asheville, there are two ways to provide tree canopy protection. There is a ground check, which is a ground survey, and then there is aerial analysis. This is available to you if your property is at 2 acres or over. That is certainly the case here. The applicants have chosen to use aerial analysis for their tree canopy preservation, which is the most restrictive. So if they were ever in need to go in there for dead, dying, disease, anything like that, they would need a tree permit. They would need to coordinate with Keith Aitken, our urban forester, who is somewhere in the sea of faces, and they would need permitting for that with a certified arborist. So this is a more restrictive way to preserve the required 17% of the TCP for this. And this brings us also to something where I will spend the majority of my time talking about, which is connectivity. The Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan, the Haw Creek plans on a page, the hundreds of comments I have received from everybody in this room, and staff agree that connectivity is an essential part of Haw Creek and the Haw Creek community. It is in all our planning documents, and this is something we can talk about for quite a long time, really. But what I wanted to talk about is what is available and what is coming. So you can see in the dashed green line where the proposed Haw Creek Greenway is. In sort of the solid green line, you can see the existing infrastructure for the Haw Creek Greenway. And then in, again, gray-white, you can see where CIP and transportation have identified a sidewalk to go moving south, which is left on the screen, along Haw Creek Road, moving north towards the subject parcel from Beverly Road to Bell Road. This will provide sidewalks. This is a CIP project. It is identified, it is funded, and in speaking with Dustin Clemens from CIP, he has said this will go out to bid this summer. So connectivity is a priority, and connectivity is something that is going to be happening in Haw Creek. So it's, well, and this image too, you can see a little bit about what those termini look like. You can see how this interacts with Old Haw Creek, Beverly Road and Bell Road. You'll note that the sidewalks on the image in what is my right is stopping 644 feet below the property line. It is very close, which is why staff has placed a heavy emphasis on connectivity and has also put in our staff recommendation a condition based on connectivity. So again, I want it to be clear to the PZC, to the commission, to staff, and the community that we hear you and we agree that connectivity is an important part of Haw Creek. But it is also worth noting that connectivity is just not about recreation. There is a real equity component to sidewalks, right? And I have received a litany of questions concerning multimodal access, transportation, things like this. I wanted to have a slide talking about connectivity and how it may relate to potential sidewalks, especially the CIP project. Here you can see the map for eastbound 170. This is the Asheville Regional Transit bus that runs from downtown to Black Mountain, east and west. And these are the stops in Haw Creek. You can see there, the one that is closest to the subject property is the Old Haw Creek at Bethesda Road. That is the northernmost station, again, which would be up in this screen. And that is 0.6 of a mile from the subject property. So there are existing routes that are close to this parcel, and there are sidewalks proposed that make this much more accessible to East Asheville and the greater Asheville area. So that is worth noting and brings me to what I want to talk about and how we drafted our condition. This This is something new. I actually don't have a name for it. I'm going to call it a circuit map. This is the first I've done. I think I'll actually start doing this for future projects. Green highlights go. Green is where the applicant is proposing to build the sidewalks. It will be on both sides of Haw River Drive. You can see the greenway running north and south. There will be a sidewalk on the west side of Haw Creek Road, and there will be sidewalks on one side of Beargrass, Red Ember, and Elm Shadow, as well as those 5-foot walking paths connecting the three. There are not sidewalks on both sides of the street, and there is only a sidewalk on the west or left side of Haw Creek Road. Staff finds that it is essential that there is an emphasis, a priority placed on connectivity to make this project a success, to meet what is in the future land use designation. And that also brings me to my next slide, which is to talk about a little bit what is envisioned in Living Asheville, the comprehensive plan for this. This is, as you can see from the map, in a residential neighborhood, future land use designation. What is a residential neighborhood? It is a community historically developed by a single master plan, approaching 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre in density, of which this project is 3.5 dwelling units per acre in density. It is something that has limited access points. Over time can benefit from having more housing diversity, including but not limited to townhomes. And most importantly, I reiterate, a residential neighborhood has sidewalks located within residential neighborhoods and connecting to major corridors. This is a priority. It says so unequivocally in Living Asheville. So because of that, staff has found that, again, that this development meets most regulations and is in conformity with what is envisioned for residential neighborhoods in the future, and the future is now. However, this could more substantially comply if the applicant provides sidewalks on all sides of New Haw Creek Road, Beargrass Lane, Elm Shadow Way, and Red Ember Drive. So that does bring me to my last slide, the site plan. I usually like to leave this here in conclusion to have a point of discussion as I stand for questions. I know you'll certainly have questions for me, perhaps for Chris Cairns and Jessica Morris, who are here with transportation. But before I conclude, I would also like to extend a thank you to everyone here. This has been a model exercise in democracy for keeping the discourse civil and on point, and everyone who I have interacted with, which is hundreds of emails at this point. I can say that I have more friends than I started this process. So I would like to thank, the HCCCA and the greater community for the way in which they have engaged with staff. Staff certainly appreciates it. And with that, I will stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. One thing I wanted to ask right off the bat, I know that there were several commissioner questions, and I don't know if you have a list of those that maybe you could run through, just so we don't.
Yeah. I do not have a list of them. I can hit on the majority of the points.
Okay.
The questions at hand were about open space and greenways first, and I'll start in what is most recent and go back to the recesses of the email in terms of time to what I can remember. And if
I believe there was slope too, right?
There was. I
Yes.
will touch on that too. Most recent, the question was, does the greenway provided count towards open space per our code? Open space is covered in our code. This is a unique feature of the open space. It says that if you are to count a greenway as open space, it must be designated on the greenway master plan. So it is not sufficient just to have a greenway. So that is why that is not counted as part of their open space. There were also stormwater questions. A commissioner had asked, the applicant had noted on slide C201, is this a wetland? Who delineated this? And this is procedurally awkward, because there is only one entity that can provide that type of delineation. That is the Army Corps of Engineers. What happens is the Army Corps of Engineers submits that to Rick Ledford, our senior stormwater plans reviewer, and he verifies this. That technically happens at the final TRC review. So while I will certainly stipulate that it appears there are wetlands there, and I do not doubt that those were on C201, I saw that myself, it is just before the process simply because we have not received the paperwork from the Army Corps of Engineers. You are correct that commissioners have also asked about slopes, particularly on the west side. There was some question as to whether or not slopes greater than 2-to-1 exist there. That is something, again, that is calculated at the final TRC. What I can tell you for the relevance of steep slopes is this. If it is found at the final TRC process, which comes after PZC, which comes after council review, that will require a licensed NC architect or engineer stamp and a slope stability certificate. There will also be, in addition to all the inspections that happen throughout the construction process, there will also be a geotech inspection that happens on a regular basis. So that is what comes to mind. I think I had also answered a few questions about transportation, and that's what comes to mind in terms of all the commissioner questions.
Excuse me for interrupting.
Thank you.
Could identify
You're not
yourself?
actually allowed to.
I'm so confused because I don't know who this is and what his function is, and he's talking about this as if it's already decided, and I thought we were here to give input.
Yeah, so he introduced himself. He's a planner with the city of Asheville, and he's explaining the review that they completed. And so no one's deliberating on anything at this moment. Yeah.
Sam, can I clarify the wetland question?
Yeah.
So any consultant can produce a preliminary jurisdictional determination document that they send to the Army Corps. And I was just curious if any such determination or preliminary determination was done.
That is a question for the applicant. We have not received one at this time, but again, that is usually reserved for the final TRC process. But ultimately, again, neither Rick nor I have received that.
Do any other commissioners have questions or comments?
First of all, thank you, Sam, for all your hard work on this. I'd like to clarify my question about the Greenway. So then I know technically the Greenway is not being counted for open space, so does that mean the 4.06 acres of open space plus this Greenway, or that's shuffled into that 4.06 number?
I wish there were a clear answer for that. If you forgive me, I'm not trying to be condescending and over-explaining the open space ones. There is a tremendous amount of nuance here. So there are 5 types of open space, ranging from natural to recreational. There are also dimensional requirements. There's stormwater is included. Oftentimes you do, for instance, get a discount in the amount of open space required. If it is 1 acre or more on a property, you then get to calculate your open space requirements based on 1 acre or less if you provide those. Now, the area indicated on the open space plan provided by the applicant does have this as a walking path. This area will count as that. They are calculating 4.06, which is just over 15%, which is the required. There are some elements that I think will need to be revised to more accurately reflect that. The total amount of acreage presented in the first open space plan, I think, needs some refinement, but that will come through again at the TRC process when we get to the technical aspects of this and move towards the final TRC vote.
Thank you.
Touched on the buffer zones, but I didn't really catch what you had given out. Is it 20 feet or 30 feet?
Mm-hmm. So let me pull this up. If you are proposing a higher intensity zoning, in this case, residential expansion, you are required to provide a property line buffer, which is covered in our landscape and design standards. It's 711.3. In the initial TRC review, the applicant had provided a type A buffer. The type A buffer is 20 feet and has certain species, shrubs, tree requirements. Because this is a higher intensity, what they should actually be required by code is the type B, which is a 30-foot buffer. So the only correction to the landscape plan is to make sure that they are more in conformance with the code requirement, which is again a type B and represents just over 41,000 square feet in saved vegetation for the area.
One question can you all hear me?
Yeah.
The 644 feet, I believe was the number you used, from Bell Road to the start of this site. And
Yeah.
curious about the prospect for sidewalk along New Hall Creek Road in that stretch. I know it's not on the site, so I don't know sort of what the options are or the leverage points for anyone to get that built. So curious to have y'all speak to, and that may be for the applicant to address, but curious about that connectivity piece.
I'll address half and then the applicant address half, and we'll split it down the middle. The applicant has indicated in their conditions where they are seeking not to build anything on the eastern side, there are significant engineering and utility challenges, which is why they feel that the greenway is the better alternative option there. Staff, to an extent, agrees that there are engineering challenges, but we see sidewalks and stream buffers often. The Wilma-Dykeman Greenway is right next to the French Broad. You've seen this after heavy rains. This is not an issue. It is a design challenge, but it is not prohibitive. As far as building anything else, that is a process typically reserved for fee in lieu. That is something that the applicant has not brought up. The staff is more interested in having them build along both sides of Haw Creek, again, for connectivity, specifically along Haw Creek Road. I do know that the arrangement for the ball fields where you're talking about a potential greenway, this is something where the city of Asheville owns it, but it is leased to the recreational association. This is something that may be explored through fee in lieu, but that would require additional input from Jessica Morris and Chris Cairns, who are here. Fee in lieu is a mechanism in which you can use the fee in lieu for additional projects in the area. This is considered in the area, but you would have to ask the applicant what his opinions are on that, because as of right now, that has not been an avenue that has been presented, which is why staff is more interested in having connectivity specifically on the site.
I've got one question about density. So you talked, I think, a couple of times about density in the Living Asheville comp plan, and then also in the underlying and the proposed zoning category. Could you spend a little bit of time explaining why this is a level 3 project? What is the mechanism within our Unified Development Ordinance that requires this to be a level 3 project and thus a RES EXP zoning?
Yeah, I can't speak to the history of it. I have not been there long enough, and this has been around in the UDO since it was originally written. But I will say this, there are 3 levels of review for the city of Asheville. There's level 1, level 2, and level 3. There are, if you are building between 1 and 19 residential units, that is a level 1. If you are building between 20 and 49 residential units, that is a level 2. Typically, this would be considered a major subdivision. This is my bread and butter of what I do for the city. I am the major subdivision planner. I don't know how that happened. That is what I do, but it is for new road rights of way and the creation of new lots. Because this is in excess of 49 units, this is why this is going to the level 3 process. The applicant is also seeking some conditions rather than going to alternative compliance or meeting the code to the strict letter of the law. So it is mostly because of the unit count, but there are also some things like, for instance, the street trees. We talked about this being a frequent visitor or a frequent application for the alternative compliance at the Urban Forestry Commission. They're choosing to do this as a condition rather than doing that. So it's a little bit the unit count, and it's a little bit the conditions as well.
Thank you. One quick follow-up. If this were a 100-acre parcel and 95 units were proposed, would the same level 3?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. And I want to be clear, too, that there are also, it is worth noting that there are separate triggers if you are doing mixed use or industrial commercial as well, which approaches 100,000 for a level 2. 100,000 square feet, that is.
Sam, I appreciate all the good work you did on the staff report. I think you struck a pretty good balance, just being objective. And I wanted to follow up on the density question a little bit. It looked like the zoning map you presented earlier wasn't completely zoomed out, but it looked like there was some RM6 in the area. Are there along New Haw Creek, are there any other dense developments? Is this like a new precedent for that area?
This is not a new precedent for Haw Creek. There are, within 0.6 of a mile, there is a small pocket of RM6, especially as you move further south. There is RM16, which is the highest residential density in the Asheville UDO. By right, without going to a residential expansion.
Okay, the RM16, that's what's 0.6?
That is 0.92 of a mile away from the subject site, and that is the existing, there's apartments and condos.
Appreciate that second significant digit there.
I have measured all of this in the review.
Yeah. Okay, kind of just continuing down that path a little bit, trying to understand better, and I appreciate everyone's patience. This was designated residential neighborhood in the comprehensive plan, and I was just kind of milling around. Residential neighborhood looks like the lowest density kind of residential form in the city. Is that right?
To an extent, yes. So there are traditional neighborhoods, which is a future land use designation, and there are residential neighborhoods. There are also other commercial and mixed use future land use designations, which type designations, which call for increased densities. Again, pulled from comprehensive plan, this does call for something approaching 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. So I would say, you know, there's density, which is the number of individuals over a measured area, and then there is intensity, which is the number of buildings per, again, defined area. So you can have high density and low intensity, which would be a lower number of buildings. This is certainly a lower intensity and lower density as well designation of the future land use designations.
Yeah, I guess just looking at it, a traditional neighborhood is like 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre, and then this is 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. So, I mean, just extrapolating a little bit, this is the lowest residential future land use designation, and the city's kind of signaling, it appears, that we're looking for 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre in the city. Is that a correct interpretation there, or am I missing it?
I believe that is correct. So that, again, it does say very clearly that the future land use category may approach 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. That is what we are seeing here in this master plan community, which is at 3.5 dwelling units per acre. Does that answer the question?
It does. Sure. It does. I'm also just kind of wondering, you know, we have this mix of townhomes and single family homes, and still only getting to about 3.5 dwelling units per acre. Has the city looked into that diversity of mix, or does the city feel comfortable with a diversity of residential housing types near each other?
It certainly does, and again, I wish I just didn't leave there. You know, it does say here that residential neighborhoods can benefit from having more housing diversity. The city is undertaking a missing middle housing study to make sure that there is a mix. This is particularly because there are lots of apartment complexes and there are lots of single family homes. That missing middle covers that range of everything in between for dwelling units over that density, right? So in this case, it would be dwelling units per acre. So that is something that the city is comfortable with. We did not make that choice ourselves. You would have to ask the applicant why he chose for this arrangement and why there wasn't a mix, say, for instance, having townhomes on the east side of Haw Creek Road.
Okay, but like as a city, we don't have a policy where we're necessarily against townhomes being near single-family homes like is what's being displayed here?
No.
Okay. Are there any components to like diversity, equity, and inclusion that you feel like this project specifically may service?
That is something that's a little bit harder to get out through the built environment. If I had to say there were a way in which that were touched upon, it would be through connectivity, right? So that's about access to all the amenities, right? So if more sidewalks were provided, that is access to the 170 line, which gets you to Black Mountain. There are equity components to sidewalks, which are just not for recreation. Again, that can be ways to access all these other things. And again, if more sidewalks were provided, that could be access to the pool that is there, to those ball fields. That is probably, I think, the closest we get to equity elements of it. And then it is also worth mentioning, in talking with Sasha Vertunsky, who does affordable housing for the city, it is clear that there's a real benefit to just having housing supply. So while there are no affordable housing components, which you should ask the developer why, that is not a question for staff, it is noted in Living Asheville and from affordable housing experts that inventory matters, which is also kind of a component, I suppose.
Really cool. Yeah, I appreciate that. Is that like park and ball field? Is that like a public amenity?
I don't have the answer to that at this moment. I know that there's the pool has, it is owned by the city. It is maintained by the Recreational Association. And Steph can answer that.
Okay. I'll just say it's actually the city leases
Leases
it.
it.
So it's not owned by the city.
Well, the city,
The park is what I'm talking about here.
Public,
It's open to the public.
while we're super stoked you're here, we'd like you to withhold your comments until it's time for public comment, please. How about this employment anchor in the institution? What is that a future land use, or is there currently an employment anchor there?
so that is the Evergreen Charter Community School. Evergreen Community Charter School.
Wow, that's super close. Is that something that we would consider like a nice to have near a neighborhood, access to schools?
I mean, that's for the community to evaluate. It's really not. Staff reviews the application to the zoning and development standards. What is nice to have in a neighborhood is really for the legislative bodies to decide.
Oh, okay. But we may consider something like that.
It is within your purview as a legislative body and a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission to do so, yes.
Do you know how far Haw Creek Elementary is from here?
I do not.
We don't need a second significant digit.
Please keep your comments.
It is within the same mile radius that was used to measure a number of things in review of this project.
Cool. Really appreciate that.
All right, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes to set up chairs. I see a lot of people on the floor, and we would like to give you a chair. So we're going to take a break, and we'll come back, and if commissioners have additional comments and questions, we'll get back to it. Thank you. Just get to the No? Okay. Oh, no. What about this jazzy carpet? No? Okay. So thank you, everyone, for staying out of the doorways. We want to make the fire marshal happy. And so I guess Sam will go back up to the podium and we'll continue commissioner questions about the staff report and presentation. And then we'll move on to the applicant presentation and then public comment. So take anybody?
Yeah, I had one question, Sam.
State your name, please.
Yeah, Jason Cycle. I know under residential expansion, the purpose, it states, it is intended that the proposals in that district include a broad range of housing types. And I was just curious if that was looked at as far as just the townhomes and the single family, or if that met the standards of the city.
That's a sticky wicket. Broad is not defined legally, so how do you quantify that standard? So that is something that is a tough choice on behalf of staff, and then maybe legal can clarify what broad means, if that is at least more than one or not. But that is something that where we did say that this is allowable by a residential expansion because it is at least more than one.
From a legal standpoint, I will add almost nothing to that by saying that that's actually part of your legislative discretion. So you have the word, there is no defined definition provided, which means it's within your discretion to determine if this particular proposal fits within that or not.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for staff?
I have a
State-
question whether these two parcels, if there's
Commissioner
a
Griner, would
sorry.
you state your name, please, just
Commissioner
so everyone
Griner.
knows? Thank you.
Is there a benefit to presenting both of these two parcels together as one plan?
This is another one in which I would also pose this to the applicant and speak as to why they chose to do this. I will say this. The parcel is such that is bifurcated. If they presented it as two different applications, there is language in the UDO in that if it is a common plan of development, it would still have to be considered as a master plan. It is rare, it is unique to see something like this. I'm not sure if there is any advantage, but I will say this, as someone who has dealt a lot with level twos and has had to make the call that because they met the standards under the review type, because it is related and they would share certain things, stormwater, sidewalks, access, financial interest, this would then be considered a level 3 anyway. So I mean, the question is almost moot. I think the most important thing is it would still end up being considered a master plan because of ownership in the way this lot has played out.
Commissioner Wheatley and
Job.
Sam, I was wondering, do we have any understanding of how many houses are currently in the Haw Creek neighborhood?
That has been a great challenge of this review. The representative from HCCA, Mr. Crispelli, has indicated that there are 7,000 households. The Census Tract 18.02 says that there are 4,671 people. That was in the TRC report. The actual housing number under Census Tract 18.02 is a little bit lower, around 2,300. I did my own GIS analysis based on what is generally accepted as the Haw Creek area. I had found that there were just over 2,600 addressed structures. Now, again, most of those are residences. There may be some in there that are not, but it is based on the information provided by the United States Census, by what we have in our addressing and permitting software. I would say that the range is likely in terms of structures between 2,300 and just over 2,600. And then, of course, the population would be somewhere closer to what the Census Tract 18.02 presents it as being just north of 4,600. That's tough to say too, because part of this, when you consider Happy Valley, that is also outside our jurisdiction, right? That is Buncombe County. What we're talking about and what we can regulate is what is within city jurisdiction. So so there are parts. We have received a lot of comment from folks outside of city jurisdiction as well.
So I'm just gonna.
This is clear as mud, I'm sure.
There's a lot of murmuring. Shh. Okay, let's continue.
So I'm just gonna try to boil that down for my own simple ability to remember. Somewhere around 2,500 houses in the city of Asheville, potentially extending out to the county. There could be as many as 7,000.
So there would be closer to 2,500 addressed structures in Paw Creek. The number 7,000, I am not sure where that came from. That would speak to the number of individuals. So the question you asked was about houses. Cool. That is what that is closer to, which is between 2,300 and 2,600.
Really love your specificity. So 2,300. Awesome. Just trying to figure out the scale of this development in relation to the public comment we're receiving.
Yeah, it is an interesting reminder that the cultural geography and identity does not always follow the physical geography as well, which is important to remember as planners.
This is Commissioner Barton. Thank you for your emphasis on connectivity. I think that was really important in the analysis that went into that. I have a specific question that I can follow up with the applicant on. What is a greenway? Can you describe what that means? Does the city have standards, and is what is shown on the plan being called out as a greenway, does it meet those standards?
I would refer, while we have the expertise, to Chris Cairns and Jessica Morris from Transportation. They deal with the Asheville SSDM, and they are working with greenways and the more specific transportation engineering standards. They would be the ones to answer questions about sidewalks and greenways.
Did we hear from them?
Yeah.
Oh.
Thanks.
Good evening, Jessica Morris, Interim Director of Transportation Department. We do not actually have a adopted standard for a greenway. We have guidelines, and our guidelines are that greenways should be between 10 to 12 feet, preferably 12 as a minimum, and larger is also acceptable. I have to admit, though, I don't know what the proposal, what the width is here.
Any provisions for accessibility that follow with it being a greenway?
All of our facilities, whether they're greenways or sidewalks, have to meet ADA access requirements.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say the applicant is also showing that this would be ADA accessible for their greenway. Again, it is also worth noting, as I had said to the commissioners, this does not qualify for a greenway open space reduction because it is not in the greenway master plan. So in that sense, that does give a better sense of what the city considers a greenway and is identified. There are portions of this greenway that do meet this standard. There are some that, again, there are engineering and stream buffer challenges here that you should speak to the applicant about.
Thank you. Last question about the greenway, I promise. Any recommendations or guidelines around material? This is an asphalt surface that we're talking about?
That's what the city of Asheville uses for surface for greenways is asphalt.
Great, thanks.
All right, thank you. We're going to hear from the applicant. And it's been a while since I read it. Who will be speaking today? Oh,
This is all of that. Just left, right.
Mr. Allen.
Exit. We have a technical transition here. There you are, sir. So just be- Yeah.
Good evening to the staff, good evening, Chair, good evening, members of our Planning and Zoning Board, good evening, City Council members and other staff members, good evening, neighbors of Haw Creek. I say this all the time. My name is Derek Allen. I'm with Allen, Stahl, and Kilborn. I represent the Jacksons, Kevin and Ken, who are the developers in this project. Other members of our team, Warren Sugg, my law partner, Jesse Swords. Warren is with Civil Design Concepts. He's the engineer. We also have Chase Smith, who is our traffic engineer on this project. I interrupted myself, and what I was going to say is, I say this all the time when there are large numbers of folks who are interested in a project. I applaud you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're involved in this process. If you can't get excited and interested in something that you think affects your property, then you're not really paying attention. So I appreciate that, and we welcome the input. And in that same vein, we have tried to bring those comments on and incorporate those into the project. I would like to introduce Kevin and have him introduce himself and his company.
Thank you. Appreciate you all coming out tonight. My name is Kevin Jackson, and I am the developer. We're a local family-owned business. We've been in business of developing land and building homes for 39 years. And when we develop land, we look for areas of most need, both from a type of product, what types of homes we're building, and location. And so when we look for land, this property was high on our radar due to the need for homes near downtown Asheville and in proximity to other amenities, as well as, we think this is an area where we can meet the most need as far as housing types and sizes and prices. So, Darren, I'd like to turn that over to you.
Thank you. And I've left up the staff report, and kudos to Sam and the rest of the staff for putting a thorough plan together. One of the things that our new planning director has emphasized in the last couple of months is getting back to what does our comprehensive plan say? What does our future land use map say? What do our area plans say? And this staff report hits on all those things in a neutral way and reaches what I believe to be the correct conclusion. At the end of the staff report and at the end of Sam's comments, he talked about this connectivity and had a slide here. And in dealing with the issues on this site and addressing connectivity and listening to both staff and to the neighbors, we have found a way to add in all of the connections that are represented here in red. The only one that is not going to be included in as a condition, and we're offering this up as a condition right now, would be the east side of New Haw Creek Road there at the top of the bank. We believe that the added greenway, which by the way will be 12 feet in width and asphalt and dedicated to parks if they will accept it, but we believe that that greenway that's down along the creek is a suitable means of accessing the same traffic pattern in terms of pedestrians, and we believe that's a better way to do it. In addition to that, we want to offer in as a fee in lieu, instead of having that connection for sidewalk on the east side, we wanted to add in a fee in lieu that would connect the rest of the sidewalk from our connections here down to where Bell Road ends and that sidewalk project that the city's doing. So in terms of the connectivity, connecting into what the city's already doing, we want to make sure that we're hitting those points. It's important, we believe, for the area. It's important for the future land use map. It's important for our future 95 residents as well. Asking Mr. Branham, do we need to do anything officially to add that in as a condition, or have I already done it?
Thank you, Mr. Allen. That, having stated on the record, it is now on the record that that has been proposed. Staff can thereafter, depending upon the final result of this particular hearing, add that as a condition to be considered by the City Council.
Thank you. You can sit down. And I'll try to keep this brief. I think that staff has hit on all the points that address things like the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, the missing middle study, and I want to get to the parts where we've been discussing with the neighbor representatives. On this project, there have been 4 organized neighbor meetings. Warren Sugg with CDC, as well as Kevin Jackson and my law partner, Jesse Swords, have been meeting with the neighborhood representatives, and we feel like there's been significant progress, at least on the policy objectives. And what I mean by the policy objectives here are things like traffic, things like open space, things like connectivity, and then we have this overall density issue. We think that the density issue is really put to bed by what the city has told everyone through its comprehensive plan, through its future land use map that it wants here, and that is 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. Given where this sits, adjacent to the park, adjacent to the pool, adjacent to a school, it makes sense to have those higher density areas closer to those public amenities, closer to those things that people like to be to, and providing that connectivity and walkability that Hall River's own area plan and area objectives have in it. What I've got here is the future land use map. This is for the entire area. You can see that this is highlighted in yellow. The yellow is the residential neighborhood. This is that density that we're talking about, the 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. And what that allows us to do is get to clustering options. And we hear a lot about missing middle, and we've heard more and more about missing middle. Our city has conducted studies, paid for studies on what kind of housing we need. We've been told what we need. This is a flyer that just came into my inbox today. And it says, houses like duplexes, triplexes, granny flats, and townhomes are considered middle housing. These types of homes used to be common across Asheville and cities throughout the United States. However, due to the adoption and the rise of exclusionary zoning, policies designed to keep people of color and renters out, these home types, which are naturally more affordable, were banned from our communities. The reason I added this in is we talk about this all the time as a community. We talk about this as electeds. We talk about this as appointeds. We talk about this as staff. The development community talks about it. Newspaper reporters report on it. We hear about it all the time. I'm here to tell you that policy, this is what it looks like. It's not going to go into some magic area where there aren't folks. That's just not going to happen. We welcome your input. We welcome your suggestions. We welcome your comments. We want to hear how to make this fit. But there's not some magic piece of property out there where this is just going to go and we can put it in and everybody gets to high five. These things are going to be difficult decisions where we have to make choices on how these things work. We think that if the city planners had developed a master plan for this entire area on the front end, that you would have had a community center like exists out there. You would have the more dense housing like this closer to the community center with walkability, and then you would have less dense housing as you fanned out from that. That's what's happened here, and maybe it's a little bit of luck, but that's what's happened. I did want to put this slide in. Someone asked the question about whether or not this would be better off as treated as 2 different developments. I had our engineer put together this plan to show what 49, as of right, level 2, don't have to come in front of this commission, no public hearings, you see no buffers there, you see no sidewalks, you see no greenway. This is what it looks like on that east side for a 49-unit development, and the developer sells off the other side to do 49 townhomes. Neither one of those projects comes in front of this commission, nobody gets connectivity, and this is what we end up with. The entire purpose of having tools like conditional zoning are to allow us to consolidate open space, to preserve trees, to provide connectivity, to encourage the developer to do things that a community isn't going to do. Master plan the stormwater, master plan the roads, provide accommodations that you wouldn't do when you do 49 units as of right. This is just a quick slide showing what our open space is, and there was a question about that. And we don't need the open space calculation needed for the Greenway. We don't need that. We're at 9 acres, which is more than twice what's required for open space. There was a question about that earlier. But we have plenty of open space here, in fact, twice what is required by the city. This is our stormwater management that you get when you do a CZ and a master plan. These are the canopy trees that end up getting protected as part of that, and we've adjusted that to make sure we have the correct species in. These are the connectivity, and go ahead and add in on the other side of those roads and connect it down to Bell with the sidewalk that the city's putting in for that overall area connectivity. And here's one I wanted to show. This is a great slide that shows the sprawl development that's happened just on its own over the last 80 years, and shows this placed property right in the middle that is asking to be developed and connect everybody else back into and provide an amenity that provides them into the community center that's right there. And the last one I wanted to end on was, this is neighborhood plans. And so the neighborhood plans are on our city website, and there's a neighborhood vision that communities get to decide on. And looking at these at these points, this is coming from the Hall Creek folks who filled it out. Development of increased walkability and bikeability and safer access to parks and greenways. Check. That's what this development's doing. Preservation of open space. You might as well put consolidated open space, because that's what this does, as opposed to having a bunch of 30,000 square foot lots. Concentration of better stormwater management. That's what this project's doing. I think the East Asheville Library and Community Center is not relevant to this project, but also safer roads. And here, this project does that. One last point is, this project wasn't required to do a traffic impact analysis. We wanted to do it because we wanted to know. In addition to doing the traffic impact analysis that we submitted to the state, had it approved, stamped it over an engineer's seal, we heard that the neighbors were doing their own traffic impact analysis. So we got that scope, and then we amended our own traffic impact analysis, and then we proposed traffic improvements to the neighbor group, and those are still out there. If folks want the things that our traffic engineer has put out there, four-way stops, turn lanes, restricted left turn movements down off of Beverly, we were willing to do those things. So those are open for discussion. With that, I will close our presentation and try to keep to that strict timeline. I'll open myself up, Mr. Sugg, Mr. Swords, Mr. Jackson, to any questions that staff might have.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay, I want to assure everyone we have read all of your public comments, and we appreciate you sending those in before, because as you know, we have limited time tonight. And so the themes that I've heard was regarding the tree canopy, the impact on wildlife, density, impervious surface, strain on infrastructure, and property values. And so I'm hoping that maybe we can, as a commission, kind of ask questions around those things to kind of get those answered right away. And if you have any other questions, that's great too. So I'll open it up. Thank you.
Chair, can we ask questions that may start circling around proposed conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, do you have a question for the applicant? Like, would they be willing to accept a condition? Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's pull them up.
I just wanted to start off and say that
State your name, please.
Commissioner Cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you. I keep forgetting there's people who can't see the name tag in an overflow room. That I truly appreciate all the public comment. As you know, in the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan for East Asheville, one of the key attributes for East Asheville says that it is friendly and strong sense of community, and I think we have a strong sense of community represented here, and so I applaud you for that. And one thing that pops out for me that is still not addressed yet in a significant way is the wildlife, for example. The proximity of this project, for example, to the Blue Ridge Parkway and the wildlife corridors that exist in this area. When I look at this project, I see 74% disturbed area, right? And I do see a significant amount of trees based on code provided in the buffers, street trees. However, you know, it takes about 100 2-inch caliper trees to meet the carbon sequestration of a 12-inch tree. And so I'm just kind of throwing that out there right now. I have some more thoughts, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there right now and just let the applicant, I guess, think about possible ways that we may be able to come to try to achieve a win-win. That's what I'm looking for here, is I'm looking for a win-win scenario. I know that this community is very strong, and I know that we do need housing, and I applaud the applicant for the efforts to this point that have been made. Some of the things like the sidewalks on both sides of the streets, I'm not so sure that in a rural setting like this that's necessary. It's an increase in impervious surface, and I think with, you know, the 16 houses that are proposed on each street, I think one sidewalk is sufficient. I'm more looking for habitat protection myself.
Thank you. So this is going to be in reference to, I believe, Condition 8, tree canopy. Is that, and also I believe the applicant mentioned a tree survey was completed at some point. Is that correct?
So which question would you like me to answer first? Tree survey. So I think staff mentioned the tree survey.
State your name, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Warren Sugg with Civil Design Concepts.
Thank you.
So as staff had mentioned, there's two mechanisms for doing tree survey on a parcel more than 10 acres. You can do an aerial imagery look, and that's actually the most conservative that staff mentioned, and that's the method that we did here. It can be quite expensive to do individual tree counts for 27 acres. So at this level, when you're doing CZ plans, you use that aerial imagery to have those preservation areas and then add to as needed. And that's what we have here is we have 12% preserved, and then we have an additional 5% planted.
And so where is the location of the 12-inch diameter? Did you say 12-inch diameter?
Sorry, I was just throwing in. This is Commissioner's cycle. I was just
Okay.
kind of given. I think it's oftentimes this is an overlooked thing as far as the amount of ecosystem services that a mature tree provides over a newly planted tree. You know, as I'm sure we all went out to the site. You know, I don't live in Haw Creek, but you know, I've visited the site several times. Between the first two, where the first two streets are proposed, you know, there are a few very mature trees. I'm talking 36-inch plus DBH trees, which produce quite a bit of ecosystem services that every single tree planted on that site knew would not be able to replace. And so I just kind of wanted to point that out. And I completely get the use of aerial imaging for meeting the standards of the city. I'm just thinking, you know, we're in front of the planning and zoning right now with the conditional zoning, so we can throw out ideas for conditions. And so I was just kind of wanting to explore possible conditions regarding habitat protection.
Okay. And so what we normally do is propose a condition and see if the applicant would take that, but we're also not really at that point. We kind of do that after public comment, but
Right.
I would be thinking in the meantime about specifically how you would like to word it, and maybe the city attorney can work with you on that.
Sure, yeah, I have some ideas in mind. I just kind of wanted to give the applicant a heads up so that it wasn't just, they weren't blindsided.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments for the applicant?
I have a question for staff. So the fee in lieu, what would ensure that that sidewalk gets built if that money was paid?
Again, Sam Starbaum, planner two with the City of Asheville Planning and Urban Design Department. Again, while we have the expertise in the room, I would defer to Jessica Morris and Christopher Cairns with transportation as they handle that on a day-to-day basis and have a wealth of knowledge concerning fee in lieu and that process.
If I could interrupt with a quick question relevant to the applicant. This is Commissioner Barton. Are you proposing to build the sidewalk connection to Bell Road or pay for it to be built?
We would set the money aside. I don't think we have the permission to build it, but we wanted to dedicate a meaningful commitment to it that would be enforceable back against the promises that we're making.
Jessica Morris, Transportation. So if we were to consider this proposal, this proposed condition, typically the applicant pays an in lieu fee that's based on a formula for the length of the frontage and the width of the sidewalk. In this case, it'd be, I think, upwards of $500,000 or more. We don't have our policy for use of in lieu funds for sidewalks says that they should be used within the area. However, technically, the area that has been defined is the city of Asheville. So,
Pretty broad.
and there's pros and cons to that. The pros are that the intention of those funds are to be able to use them for the greatest sidewalk needs and prioritize where those funds get spent based on overall city sidewalk needs.
Madam Chair, if I may add to that, Brad Branham, City Attorney. That is, as Jessica has correctly stated, the city's ordinance language around fee in lieu. However, there was absolutely nothing preventing the Planning and Zoning Board and the applicant from adding additional language specifying that the fee in lieu could be used only for the purposes specified as part of that condition.
And this is Commissioner Bean, I have another question on that topic. What like research legwork has been done to determine how much that particular site sidewalk would cost? Just given I know that there were questions about the east side of Hawk Creek Road on the site itself, and I'm assuming that there are similar challenges on the east side where that ball field is, and like it's a weird steep slope and a narrow road. So curious about like how you would evaluate or determine what amount of money would be required to actually build that. You know, maybe it's the same as whatever the calculation or algorithm spits out, but maybe it's different. So curious to hear about how that works.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, so we know that it's roughly about 640 feet, and we've looked at it from a ADA standpoint. So over that 640 feet, if you were at 5%, which is ADA compliant, you could make up as much as 33 feet of vertical. There's not 33 feet of vertical separation between where the road is and where the outfield or grass area would be. So we should be able to do that. The other part is you asked a little bit about the cost or the feasibility of it. At about 640 feet of sidewalk, and if we figured it at, say, 5 foot wide, which is a standard sidewalk, you know, that could be done for, you know, less than probably $30,000. The $500,000, I think, is related to a fee in lieu that the city has almost as a penalty when you aren't doing sidewalk. So this is a give.
Wait, I want to be sure I followed that. So the algorithm that would be required for the fee in lieu would ask for more from y'all than it would cost to build the sidewalk. Is that what I'm hearing?
I can't speak to how the algorithm at the city was derived, but I can tell you that sidewalk is about $50 per cubic yard.
So first, I just want to say that there are eligibility criteria to be able to even opt for the in lieu fee. And which means that there are certain criteria that the applicant has to demonstrate have been met in order to be eligible to use in lieu fee instead of building the sidewalk that is required. And those eligibility criteria are meant to ensure that the applicants are providing the infrastructure that's required by code unless there are extreme circumstances that speak to those eligibility criteria. We have not received anything thus far that suggests that the eligibility for in lieu fee has been met. This is just the proposal that the applicant has made at the dais tonight.
This is Commissioner Cycle, Attorney Brad. So they have not met the condition per the UDO, but could that be a condition that we propose as part of this board?
Yes, again, City Attorney Brad Branham, I believe so. This is, again, going to go back to how that fee in lieu as an alternative to the sidewalk itself would affect potentially staff's recommendation for support or not. I won't speak for them on that. But I think from a purely legal standpoint, I think that language could be added to the condition exactly as you've stated.
Thank you.
All right. I also, before we go into public comment, I want to remind people to silence your cell phones. Keep hearing a tweet behind me.
There's still time for more questions of the developer, correct?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you have some? Yeah.
Yeah, so
What's your name?
this is Commissioner Wheatley.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you'd had 4 neighborhood meetings. And I was just wondering, does that meet the requirements as kind of our process for the city to have 4 neighborhood meetings? Do we require 1, 10? I just don't know.
Clarify, is that a question for staff?
For whoever feels adequately equipped to answer it.
I will adequately answer that. Again, Sam Starbaum, Planner 2, City of Asheville Planning and Urban Design Department. This is one of those things where you cannot pass go, you cannot enter the initial TRC phase unless you meet the required neighborhood meeting standards. These have been revamped recently. The bar has been raised for neighborhood meetings, and the applicant has met the necessary neighborhood meeting requirements to proceed with their application.
Is that less than 4 or 4?
It is less than 4.
Okay, so they've exceeded their neighborhood engagement, which I got to say, I applaud both sides of this, that the neighborhood has come out to voice their thoughts and concerns. And also the development side, I appreciate them engaging the community in that way. I guess for the developer, do you think you can sell 95 homes up Haw Creek?
He says yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there's a demand. So the other side of that then would be that kind of, do you guys pre-sell? Have you pre-sold any of the properties?
Kevin, will you come up? And while Kevin's coming up, I did want to, we have to do the one neighborhood meeting, but the directive on our side to all of our team is to meet with the neighborhood representatives as often and as long as it takes to try to understand the issues and see what kind of common ground there is. And we will continue that, after this meeting all the way through city council and beyond.
To answer your question about pre-sold, we have done pre-sold homes in the past. Typically, we are spec builders. We find that allows the projects to proceed more affordably and more efficiently versus building a bunch of pre-sold or semi-custom homes.
Interesting. So when you say spec, just for my simple, that means speculative?
Yes,
So like at risk to you?
yes.
Oh, okay. And so when you talked about economy there, are there any economies of scale that you may achieve by building, say, more than 49 homes by right at a time?
Absolutely. Typically, we can negotiate better contracts with our local subcontractors, as well as we can get better material pricing if we're buying in volume. We find this particularly effective on townhomes. Our price per square foot to build is much lower on townhomes due to the volume and quantity.
So the townhomes will probably be sold for less than the single-family homes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of with that in mind, when you're viewing this project, did you guys kind of embody or look towards any diversity, equity, or an inclusion kind of metrics on why this project might be important to a neighborhood?
That's hard to quantify. It's hard to take into a numeric, if you will. We do find that when you have a broader range of price points, that you do tend to get more diversity, and that can allow a lot of people to buy their first home, and that's what we seek to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Griner, I have a question to follow up on the mature trees. There's a band of those mature trees. Leaving those, what would be the effect of the development and how many homes would not be included? Have you looked at that?
No, not in any specific way, no.
Commissioner Levi, may I ask, if you were to build this by right, 49 units, would you have to make infrastructure improvements, such as stormwater?
The same amount of stormwater controls are likely expected because the roadways, the sidewalks, all those things are really have no delta change. The difference is the lots, 49 lots versus 60, and just the size of them. The water lines, sewer lines, storm lines would all be practically unchanged.
About any buffers?
Buffers would be different. We would have, as shown on this, if we were RS4 versus RS4, which would be by right, there would be no landscape buffer between the new parcels and the existing parcel lines.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cycle, and I just want to be clear on this, use by right, there would be no conditions even, you wouldn't have to come in front of this board, and so there would be no conditions for any tree canopy to be saved, correct?
That's correct.
Could you just kind of walk us through excuse me, Commissioner Wheatley. Thought my slow draw gave it away. But just wondering a little bit about the process for water availability on this site and what a development like this goes through.
Yeah, so we have a set of calculations and a concept plan that goes into the City of Asheville's Water Department. They look at that development as well as the existing infrastructure, the water lines that are in place. They give us a report back, tell us about any deficiencies in the public system, whether there's any improvements needed to help not only maybe this project, but other areas, function more properly. And then the last part of that is they give a fire flow test. So they run a fire hydrant analysis and actually flow the hydrant. They give you a static and residual pressure as well as a amount of flow that could be expected. All of those are very important factors in fire protection and understanding, that there's adequate domestic protection and use for them. And in the case of this project, we have that, and there was no needed upgrades.
Really, really appreciate that clarity.
May I ask a facetious question? Commissioner Levi, I know I've got one. So, say you live on Alpine Way. Does this affect their water in any way?
Their domestic water?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of it having an impact on Alpine Way.
Sleepy Hollow, any of those areas.
The connection to the water line is down along Newhall Creek. That was where not only we had shown it, but where the city has the available water lines. I'm not aware of any deficiencies that this would require or would cause.
Thank you.
Just further clarifying, the analysis you described earlier, I don't know it in intimate detail, but it sounded like that probably would have been included in the analysis that the city had done with regards to all the water pressure you described.
That's correct. It's part of the CZ submittal.
Thank you.
Commissioner Faircloth, at any point has affordability been discussed with this project? The 20% at AMI, and if not, is that something the developer and applicant is willing to talk about or consider at this juncture?
Yeah, it has been considered, and there are a couple things that come into play with that. One, on an owner-occupied product, affordability is difficult in our area in terms of providing programs. It's something that we talk about with Sasha all the time, and we know in the development community, both on the planning side and the developer side, that's a spot we need to work on. We have been talking with the folks that provide programs like first-time home buyers, but quite frankly, we have been trying to manage other asks on this project in dealing with our friends and neighbors that have made that seem less important, at least to our friends and neighbors. And that's been bumped down on the priority list in terms of putting things out there. From a policy standpoint, though, everybody that we pay to come do studies and talks in our community tell us that the biggest thing in terms of increasing the availability and affordability of housing is to increase the denominator in your stock. And that's certainly what this does. And that's what, that's the benefit of that.
This is Commissioner Bean, and I had that same question, so I appreciate that, Commissioner Faircloth. And I totally hear you on the stock and housing supply should help affordability across the board, and also still like the opportunities for us to push for dedicated affordability included as well as additional housing stock. I just think it's hard to build dedicated affordable housing. It's just no other way around it. And so asking for that is a great thing that we can continue to sort of call for in our community, even if it's a challenge to provide it.
Just with that, I would like to kind of get staff's input on this. In some zoning districts, we have density incentives based on affordability. What I thought I heard you say earlier is that residential expansion allows for 20 units per acre.
That is correct.
So would a density incentive be beneficial to this project?
That's, again, this is a sticky wicket because that's not really staff's purview to say. We do not have the applicant's budget. We do not know what their economies of scale are. I cannot say whether or not with the cost of materials or anything like that where it would be a true benefit to have that density. That's really for them. Again, really, we just review to ensure compliance.
Just to clarify, a density incentive is usually a bonus density based on the requirement of the use. So would they need to pursue more than 20 dwelling units per acre in residential expansion?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wheatley, I guess I just didn't understand your question at first. They do not need the density bonus for this.
Okay, so they're well within the density allotment as it is?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Bean again. One other question I have is around the buffer that changed or staff recommends or needs 30 feet rather than 20 feet. Does that impact the number of houses that are able to be built? Or what is the impact of that change?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So when we made the first submittal, we're very used to apartments. Apartments is a very common use in residential expansion, whereas single-family lots is not as common. And in that 20-foot buffer is the more common expected buffer between an apartment use and a single-family use. In the case of this, it's actually single-family to single-family, but just a weird nuance in the code, it actually requests 30, an extra 10 feet. So we've been able to provide that. It does not change the housing available here, but it does give an extra 10 foot of buffer that we didn't originally expect. So I think that's a good thing.
I really appreciate that added clarity that it is, it's an extra 10 feet of buffer in between single family and single family. And it's like, wow.
We didn't say the code was consistent.
Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? No?
I did want to follow up, and Sam brought this up about the slopes between the houses, the backs of houses. I think I didn't. I measured it on the PDF. Warren, is that 2 to 1?
So there are places where it's 2 to 1. There's maybe places where it's less steep than 2 to 1.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? No, you're, excuse me, ma'am. It's not time yet. So thank you for your presentation. What time is it? 6:51. So what I'm going to do is reiterate some of the, we're going to move to public comment, and I'm going to reiterate some of the asks from staff and the commission for the public. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak, at which time we will ask you to have a seat to allow others to speak. Interest groups are limited to 10 minutes total of speech time to allow other individual members to speak. There will be 60 minutes allotted for public comment. And at the end, and if the topic of the comment is starting to get repetitive, we will ask for comments on other items of interest to this application. You can also reach out to us afterwards. All of our emails are on the website. All right, I'm going to open it up for public comment at 6:52, so we got an hour. First up is John Knorr. He's going to be representing, I believe, the Hawk Creek Community Association. You will have 10 minutes.
Chair,
Excuse me?
Chair, did you did you delineate which 3 people from the audience he's speaking on behalf of? And maybe if they...
I'm happy to have folks raise their hands. I know there's a couple
Okay.
over here.
Sorry.
I know Terry's over here. Yep. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may add, to those people who raised their hand, do remember that if you are ceding your time, you're not permitted to speak individually after that.
1-minute warning, time's up. Thank you. I will try to take less than 10 minutes because I know there were over 200 people that wanted to speak, and I want to give more time to some of my neighbors. My name's John Knorr. Usually I am standing up here in the way Derek is as an attorney. I'm with Robertson Stevens, and land use is one of the primary things that I do. And so when I first heard about this project coming to Hawk Creek, I sat to myself, I said, this one's going to be a tough one. And some of the things that I might say right now aren't going to resonate with all of my neighbors that are standing in the room tonight. But one of the things I knew for myself is that I didn't want to take a case, or I didn't want to show up tonight to be an all-out opposition type of project. I have seen too many of those. I represent affordable developers, and that is not what I wanted to see in our city. Instead, I wanted to work with my neighbors to try and find a list of conditions to fit into a conditional zoning process that would be fair to bring new neighbors into Hawk Creek, but also give a return to the community to address some of the impacts of the development, and a return, again, for the special permissions that this applicant is asking you to give them. Under the existing zoning, they could build roughly 49. They're asking to build double that. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but in return from that, what does the community get? And you've heard about a few of those things. Since that time, those 4 meetings that you've heard about, the first one was with the developer. The 3 subsequent, my understanding, is the invitation of the association, and we welcome the developer to coming to those meetings, to meeting with us and talking. And the product that you got to hear about with the Greenway is a function of those conversations. We've been showing up to talk about what can you give in return for us trying to come on board or support or find a more reasonable solution to the proposal that you have. But we're not done with those conversations. Last week was just another one of them. We made progress on the Greenway. We have more questions about the accessibility of the Greenway. We want to make sure that the sidewalks line up in a way that works for Hawk Creek. If you live in Hawk Creek, you know that we only have one sidewalk. It's on the eastern side. We've been waiting on the rest of it to be built since the last bond project. And we want to make sure that this connects the new development with the existing sidewalks that get you to Hawk Creek. Some might know me also as the guy who usually in the early morning is walking my son to Hawk Creek Elementary because I'm one of the few people that is on a sidewalk and can do that. We want to make sure that that infrastructure is part of this development. But it's also been a very tangible set of requests. It's the sidewalks, it's the Greenway, it's the tree canopy. Again, tying back to Asheville's comprehensive plan and saying, what are the things that we have said as a community matter to us and how can we enforce those here? On the back side of the property, in this area here, that's that mature forest we've been hearing about. And I probably could have done that right here with a little laser pointer, but anyways. That's what we've been talking about as part of the tree canopy preservation conversation with the developer. We haven't come to agreement yet, but we're still making progress. We've been asking about that from, I think Commissioner Cycle asked about it, is we recognize that there are community benefits to existing eco infrastructure that is that canopy. You could hear, and you probably hear from some of the neighbors about the habitat that plays for bears, you name it. It is a well-established forest that provides a lot of habitat for those animals. To Commissioner Wheatley's questions about DEI, it always gets, I always love the answer, it gets difficult to talk about DEI. It's hard to quantify. It's hard, how do we get that together? Well, one of the ways we've looked at it is to talk about, again, the accessibility function for the community through the sidewalks and through the Greenway. How do we make sure that this Greenway isn't just maybe where it started, which was a mulched way or a more natural type Greenway? How do we make it or turn it into something that's actually paved, ADA compliant, and allows for different people with different abilities to actually use that Greenway? So that's how the community has approached this. We've also, and why do those things become even more important with the buffer on the back and the Greenway and the sidewalks? Because as you heard from staff, the lot sizes are below what would even be allowed in the RSP expansion district. They fall below that minimum 3,500. So you have smaller lots. The people who live there are going to want to get out and move around. And so ensuring that we have that connectivity is an important component as part of this project. And so you're going to hear from more of the community members after me that are talking about how we hired a transportation engineering firm to do our own TIA, how we have invested in stormwater engineers to consult with us, and how we have funneled all the big range of concerns that come with every development into very practical, reasonable requests that we are still engaging with the developer on. My ask of you is to give us the time to finish those conversations. Listen to the community tonight, but don't make a decision tonight. Allow us to finish those conversations so that we can come back to you in April, once we've, and I think at the last meeting, the developer even committed to providing a revised site plan to us as part of those conversations. It's been busy. I know he's preparing for tonight, so he hasn't been able to get it to us yet. I'm not saying there's anything funny happening with that, but we need time to have those conversations. And the reason for that isn't just this project. The reason is, up until now, a lot of the infill projects you've been seeing, Charlotte Street, becomes this 5 stages of grief and a pitchfork event where everybody comes out and is hostile to the development, because the process doesn't incentivize the negotiation between an organized neighborhood and the applicant. If we can figure that out here, my hope is that we won't have every single one of these projects come to P&Z and to council and be that hostile type of event. And instead, the developer knows, I've got to, from the beginning and throughout, work with the community because I know that's what P&Z is going to expect me to do. It's what council is going to expect me to do, and that the real benefits can be baked into each of these projects. And if for no other reason than the fact that there is no affordability as part of this component. It's more housing, that's very true. And we need all levels of housing. But if they're not going to provide affordability, the community should be willing to, or able to ask, well, what are you going to do instead? How else are you going to invest in us? And with that, I'll just say thank you. I serve on the Buncombe County Planning Board. I know this is a tremendous sacrifice for you all to be away from your families, to be away from your kids, to be listening to all of us. And we appreciate the time that you're taking. Please take the time with this project the way you would with any other one, whether it be a hotel or something else, to make sure that the community is getting the best deal it can get. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Miriam Hard. Miriam, will you be representing yourself or a group?
Me.
Okay.
I'm Miriam Hard. I live in Hall Creek, and I want to talk about this project from a fire safety perspective. I think it's potentially quite dangerous given the topography of this valley and the infrastructure with basically just one way out for those of us that live further back in the valley. I used to live outside of Boulder, Colorado in Superior, and as many know, a couple of years ago, there was a catastrophic fire out there. The winds got up to 100 miles an hour, knocked down power lines, burned 1,000 homes to the ground in one day, including a home that I once owned and lived in years ago. 2 people died. Nobody out there thought that that could happen, but it did. And I don't think anybody here thinks it can happen, but it can. And right now, we're in the middle of a fire ban right now for Buncombe County. It's not an abstract thought, it's concrete. And so if we get 100-mile-per-hour winds here, it'll do the same thing as out there. It could just knock down a power line, start a fire. It will rip through this valley. It's going to jump everywhere. People are going to jump in their cars and try to get out. But as you know, New Hall Creek Road is windy. There's hardly any place to pull over. And when everything comes to a halt, people are just going to get out of their cars in the road and start running. But the elderly can't run. Those holding babies and toddlers aren't going to be able to run. There could be a lot of people that die. It could be similar to Lahaina in Hawaii, where over 100 people died. Same thing, high winds, knocked down a power line, ran through the whole town. What I'm requesting and begging you to do is to please pause this project and bring in specialists who know this, where it's their thing, because they could answer this really important question, the elephant in the room, which is how many people can live in this valley safely from a fire safety perspective. It's critical to do this piece first, then you can zone and develop, because you'll know, not just for this project, but when other properties become available down the road in New Hall Creek Road. And so please, and I talked with a city planner and out in Boulder named Lisa Ritchie, Boulder County. She said there are groups that do exactly this. She gave me a name, Community Wildfire Planning Center. So please consider bringing in a professional group that knows it. It's beyond the scope of any of us here. It's too specialized. And also they'll have your back legally. You'll have a leg to stand on legally if you need to say, we need to go in a different direction. And I know you don't have to do this, but with people possibly dying, you need to do it. It's the right thing to do. And it's your sacred duty to do this. Please consider it. I thank you for your time. And I hope you take it seriously, because climate change is change. It really is happening quickly. It's just so important. So thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Again, please keep your applause. No reactions. Everyone be cool. Okay. So next up we have Steve Shaw. Steve, are you representing yourself today?
I am.
All right.
So I'm Stephen Scholl, and I live on West Sondley at the end of the valley. I was preparing some remarks tonight for the issue of inadequate open space and the question of whether or not there's an improper encroachment by retaining walls on some of the buffer zone I realized I was getting a little too far into the weeds, so I distributed some written comments. If you'll check the email stream between myself and Sam over the last couple of days, you'll see my comments. But I do want to point out that the north edge of the property, where there's a newly drawn 30-foot buffer zone, now is encroached upon by 3 different retaining walls. One of them is 10 feet high, the other 2 are 15 feet high, and there's no provision for the 5-foot planting space that's supposed to go in front of them. So I think it's pretty clear that those need to be moved out of the buffer zone, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Thomas Lodge. Thomas, are you speaking as an individual?
I'm speaking as an individual, yes.
Okay.
I'm Tom Lodge. I'm a resident of Trapper's Run in Hawk Creek. I'm an ecologist by trade and have worked on developments like this many times, wetlands and wildlife problems. And in that capacity, I get involved in stormwater. And that's my principal concern on this project is the potential flooding risk that would be increased by a project like this. First of all, there's forest canopy. Forest vegetation type holds water much better than other vegetation types. And in the removal of that, that's the first concern I have. And then replacement by impervious surfaces, rooftops, paved areas, and then grass lawns, which also shed water fairly quickly. If we look at the project, there is a stormwater retention built into the project, underwater storage. I'm not confident right at this point of how that would work, but it probably is based on a period of record of rainfall from the past that may not be accurate. I'll mention that in closing. Then move downstream. All water from this project, surface water that might overtop stormwater capability, goes down Hawk Creek. You go down Hawk Creek, you get to road crossings at Beverly, Arco, and Crockett. All 3 of those bridge crossings are the only way to get in and out of Hawk Creek and are prone to flooding. And if you add storm debris to the box culverts that are there, that increases the probability. Anyone who owns land low along Hawk Creek should be concerned about what their neighbors are doing, and particularly about land development upstream, what's happening that might affect you. I want to add climate change. We call it global warming, but many things are involved in climate change: wet, dry, warm, cold. If we have more warm air in events coming from the Gulf of Mexico, for example, bucking up against the mountains of western North Carolina and against cold fronts, we can get larger rain events than we've seen in the past. So I want to conclude that I'm concerned about the general nature of this project in exacerbating flooding problems, but if it sets a precedent for future development in Hawk Creek, I find it very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Stephanie Kovacs.
My name's Stephanie Kovacs. I'm a resident of Hawk Creek. I'm speaking for myself. I'm going to speak specifically about the tree canopy. So the city of Asheville has put a lot of effort into creating the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan, and this is supposed to guide the city's long-term development. Goal number 23 of the comp plan is to protect land and water assets. It states that strategies include locating development to minimize environmental impact. The city of Asheville also paid for the 2019 urban tree study. This study reports that the city lost 891 acres of tree canopy over a 10-year period. It states, "The loss in tree canopy described in this study should serve as a call to action for the city of Asheville." It goes on to say that canopy loss not only affects the aesthetics of Asheville, but it also leads to a loss in the ecological, social, and economic benefits that trees provide. It states that preserving or protecting old, established trees can often have a greater impact on urban canopy levels while the newly planted trees are growing. Currently, the forested area makes up 53% of the property at 767 New Haw Creek Road. This forested area does many things to increase the climate resiliency of the Haw Creek Valley. It filters carbon dioxide, it cools the neighborhood, and it slows winds. It provides habitat and a wildlife corridor for many families of bears, coyotes, bobcats, hawks, and deer, just to mention a few. And it plays a huge role in reducing and slowing the amount of stormwater runoff, because the existing trees intercept rainwater by capturing water droplets on their leaves and bark. And their expansive root systems absorb water from the surrounding soil, which increases the soil's water holding capacity. Kevin Jackson's plan will remove 80% of the existing forest, leaving it with 12% of tree canopy. His plan not only removes the majority of the tree canopy, but he is adding a large amount of impervious surface, which all slopes downhill into Haw Creek towards New Haw Creek Road and ball fields, which are already prone to flooding. The city will require Jackson to plant a certain amount of trees, but these immature trees sequester far less CO2 than older trees. The small trees also have much smaller canopies and root systems and therefore don't slow the stormwater runoff. By reducing the number of homes on this property, the developer could leave the existing tree canopy intact. It would reduce stormwater runoff, water pollutants, heat island effect, and provide more carbon filtering. So I'm asking you to please use these plans and studies that we have paid for. They're supposed to be a guide for reviewing and improving development. Each project should be looked at individually to evaluate the tree canopy. Please don't approve this proposal unless some significant changes are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Again. Okay. So I believe the next person is Shelley McKechnie. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong.
No, that was right.
Okay. Okay, good.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. Yes, I'm Shelley McKechnie. I'm speaking as an individual, and I live in Haw Creek Valley, about a mile from this property. And I'm here to ask you to deny the request for 95 houses on this property. This property is zoned RS4, so that's almost double the density that the current zoning would allow. I want to say that it's kind of an unspoken covenant between homeowners and planning and zoning, right? We buy our homes, we live in the community, we rely on the zoning map. We may not think about it every day, but we truly rely on it. And for it to be changed, for a conditional zoning, there has to be a good reason. And just because a developer says they want it is not a good reason. Now, I know of what I speak. I grew up in Central Florida in the 70s. When Disney came in, there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of need for more housing, as you might imagine. And the nice town I lived in, the P&Z just rubber stamped any request a developer made. And it ruined the town. It was, instead of being this bucolic area, it became a monument to generic development. To borrow a little bit from Yogi Berra, there's so many people there now, nobody wants to live there. And in fact, my 5 brothers and sisters and I all moved out, because why stay there? Please don't let this happen to Haw Creek. Now, I get it, change can happen, right, over time. I get it, and I do support the community's conditions that they put, that they worked together, we all worked together to try to come up with a way, like John Knorr mentioned, to make this palatable so that the developer's gain isn't all pain for the community. I support that. I think it can change. But the developer has not come back with any meaningful response or any meaningful agreement on these conditions we've set. So I ask you to please deny the 95, which will either send the developer to the negotiation table, which we welcome. We welcome him to come. Or it'll send him to another town that might have a P&Z that will rubber stamp it. But I'm asking you not to. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Doug Boffman.
Okay, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I live at 29 Shaker Court, and I'm going to focus on the comprehensive plan, or the lack of compliance with the comprehensive plan. As you've already heard, and everybody's talked about earlier, that the city put together the comprehensive plan back in 2018 as a tool to guide citywide development decisions over the coming years. And I would disagree with Sam and the lawyer that the development as proposed does not follow the comprehensive plan. When we asked the city planners why they didn't, the project met their technical review criteria without adhering to the comp plan, they confided that the comp plan was only aspirational in nature and that they didn't really have to follow it to the detail. It seems odd, almost nonsensical, that although we have a well-thought-out planning guidance in the comp plan, the city doesn't really have to follow the recommendations in reviewing development and zoning decisions. I'm sure that everybody here would agree that the city must be professional and consistent in reviewing new developments based on the comp plan, or it's essentially useless. So let me just highlight a couple of obvious conflicts, some of which have been talked about earlier, and I'll try to skip over that. One of the primary comp plan themes, and there were 6 key themes in the plan, was harmony with the natural environment. I have to ask, how is removing 80% of the mature trees in harmony with the natural environment? Similarly, the comp plan talks about a resilient economy and affordable housing. This developer is asking essentially double the number of homes from 49 to 95 without any commitment to affordable housing. Let me say that again. No commitment to affordable housing. So it doesn't meet that theme. The last thing is, and maybe the most egregious violation in the comp plan, is the living built environment theme that focuses on enhancing preservation of community character and historic resources. Yes, sir. This project couldn't be further from enhancing the neighborhood character. Lastly, as the developer pointed out, the comp plan had some conversations with residents in Haw Creek, and the comments were, we had concerns about traffic safety, inadequate infrastructure, walkability, stormwater management, open space. Essentially, this project exasperates all of these concerns. It makes them worse and is extremely discouraging for the community that the comp plan is really not being observed. So what I'm asking the group here today is, you're at a crossroads, okay? You've got to think about whether or not to approve this. And the community association would really hope that you vote no at this point and send a message to Mr. Jackson and to other developers that in the future, as the city and the Planning and Zoning Board reviews developments, you're going to focus on the comp plan. Otherwise, that plan is essentially useless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Terry Ladanich. Oh, man, I'm doing good.
Hi, my name is Terry Latanich. I live on Sonley Parkway, just north of the end of New Haw Creek. I'm not going to talk about most of what I was going to talk about, so I don't duplicate what other people have said. The 2 things I do want to talk about, one has to do with the sidewalks and connectivity. The greenway that you see proposed is something that came not from the developer, it came from the community. I've been in every meeting that's taken place with the developer, with the developers, one meeting with the attorney. We've raised a number of issues having to do primarily with buffers on existing property, preserving the canopy, location of sidewalks, creating interconnectivity. With the exception of the possibility of a greenway, we've been rebuffed on all of them. We put forward a proposal that would have had I believe it was 77 units on the property. Beyond the 49, would have included the townhouses, would have allowed for greater density, but it would have protected a substantial part of the canopy. We received absolutely no concessions whatsoever on reducing the number of units or protecting the canopy. One of the things we looked at with respect to the sidewalks, speaking individually, but I think on behalf of a number of people, the west side sidewalk makes absolutely no sense. It's a sidewalk that comes down out of the townhouses. You make a left out of the townhouses, it goes 600 feet with a sidewalk, with a curb, a sidewalk, and a retaining wall, and it ends in a ditch. Literally ends in a ditch, which is what at the end of the sidewalk. One of the things we considered is supporting the developer and not having to build that. One of the reasons being, if we can figure out ways for him to save money, maybe there's a way for him to reduce the number of units. Because he has said in the discussions from the beginning, I need these number of units to make my numbers. Now, we don't have those numbers. The other sidewalk that we think should be in play is the east side sidewalk. The east side sidewalk is going to be very expensive. About 300 to 600 linear feet now have guardrails because there's such a steep drop off. I talked to the person responsible for the plan for the current sidewalks. We may end up with a guardrail, a sidewalk, and then a pedestrian rail. Instead, we would support moving the entire sidewalk, meaning ADA standards and the city standards, down to the greenway, which would save the developer a lot of money and potentially would allow him to get his return on investment by reducing the number of units and protecting the canopy. So my ask to you as a planning commission is, you can reconcile the number of units, the canopy, and other things. Don't be seduced by the fact that this is just going to allow 95 units. You can have 80 units and have more protection. So this is a project whose time is not right. We ask you to vote no, not now. Please negotiate with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Leon Kastenbaum.
Good evening. I'm Leon Kestenbaum, and I'm speaking for the Hall Creek Community Association.
Okay, so we need to know who is ceding their time for that. Do we have 3 other people? Hi, Deborah. All right.
We're not at Rikers.
You got 3? Okay, take it away, 10 minutes.
All right. I am going to talk about the buffers for the western side where the townhouses are proposed. It's the side that is discussed the least but impacted the most because of the location of these multifamily dwellings. Overall, the 767 proposal takes this beautiful, essentially completely natural setting and destroys 75 to 80% of that canopy and dense flora. 75%. Pathetic. This leaves just 12% of the original canopy, with 5% to be put back in the form of stick trees to meet the Spartan 17% canopy statute requirement, completely out of line with our community expectations. The forests and rich dense flora currently serve and need to continue to serve critical functions. One is that they act as a vital wildlife corridor, providing sustenance and safe passage to a vast array of animals and species of birds. Additionally, retention of the forest is critical as it serves as a means of storm, water retention, climate security, dampens noise and nighttime lighting, and most noticeable, on a day-to-day basis, comprises the highly important view shed. On the western side, the project plans an outrageous, unbroken, 540-foot, 1/10 of a mile long wall of 35 two-story townhouses, 40 feet high, and 70 cars, all of this jammed up against the many surrounding adjacent homes. The noise and construction from this albatross will extend for years. And the outcome is permanent. Really, these townhouses don't belong in this setting, crammed in, overwhelming the neighborhood. Meaningful view shed retention is absolutely essential. So we are asking for a minimum 130-foot buffer along the entire western edge of the townhouses with another 7/10 of an acre split between the north and south sides. Because the developer, by city ordinance, is allowed to clear cut up to adjacent property lines, we require in writing that there be a 35-foot no-cut, no-disturb zone out from all adjacent property lines. This will ensure the already mentioned benefits of floor retention, including the retention of critical view shed, climate security, and privacy for all residents, both new and current. The Hall Creek community warmly welcomes new neighbors all the time. However, we expect development that reflects the character and addresses the safety and well-being of community members. The 767 plan fails to do this in almost every aspect of its proposal. We have raised the issue of increased buffers and no-cut zones with a developer with no response other than we can increase the buffers, we can't increase the buffers, and keep the number of units we want. This is unacceptable. Until the time that our modest conditions are met, the Hall Creek community asks the thoughtful members of Planning and Zoning not to recommend the 767 project for approval to City Council, and for the also thoughtful members of City Council to deny conditional zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Ashley McDermott. You're not going to go? Okay. What about Thomas Wolf? He is risen.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Wolf, and my wife Annie and I have lived with our 4 children and 3 dogs at 50 Alpine Way for about the last 16 years. Our home is about a 1/6 of a mile north of the proposed development. The Hawk Creek Valley has always been rural and more recently suburban in nature, historically a patchwork of small farms and low-density single-family homes. It was annexed into the city in the early 1990s, with the RS4 zoning implemented intentionally to reflect and preserve the rural nature of our community. The development plan as presented is grossly irresponsible and not reflective of the nature, fabric, or intent of our neighborhood. On the west side of Hawk Creek Road, the developer has effectively proposed RM6, an increase of 50% of the existing density. And on the east side of the road, RM8, effectively doubling the existing density, with more than 90% of the proposed lots smaller than half of the minimum lot size required in the existing zoning district. The city has maintained a long-standing and stalwart policy against spot zoning, which this project, if approved, as presented, would accomplish as the property is surrounded on all sides by residential single-family 4 units per acre or uses permitted in that district. Further, Section 7842 of the UDO dictates that expansion districts conform to the existing fabric of the neighborhood, which this project does not. Please do not hear that I am anti-development. I and the neighborhood are pro a responsible development, pro a project that resonates with the character, intent, and fabric of the community, and pro a plan that complies with, supports, and integrates smart growth, the Living Asheville Comp Plan, and the City Council 2036 Vision Plan. I respectfully request that the commission vote no to the plan as presented, not considering it a no to development, but a no to an irresponsible and non-conforming development. A no vote to this plan is a yes vote to what is possible. a city where people and families can thrive by honoring what has come before and looking forward to what is achievable when we come together in a spirit of collaboration to respect each other and respect our natural resources. Thank you.
Chris Fleming? Okay.
Thank you. I'm Sunny Fleming, and I live at 10 Meadowlark Road. In 2018, the city collaborated with UNC Asheville's National Environmental Modeling and Analysis Center to conduct a climate resilience assessment as part of a broader climate resiliency planning process. According to the city website, the primary purpose of the planning process is to consider climate-related threats and hazards such as fire and flooding, with a goal to better preparing for them through adaptive capacity. The city officially adopted this report into their Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan. Again, according to the website, the comprehensive plan is a tool used to establish a high-level vision to guide citywide policy decisions. The city just last year contracted with AECOM to evolve our city's old sustainability plan into our new climate action plan. I'd like to mention specifically Goal 2 of this plan, which states sustainability and climate priorities are embedded in city operations, participation, and decision-making. This may make it appear that our city leadership is committed to recognizing the role that climate plays in threatening the economy and livability of Asheville. Yet more recently, it was shocking to us when some city staff characterized these plans as, quote, just aspirational when speaking to our citizen work group. The NEMAC Climate Resilience Assessment identifies flooding and fire as the two most significant hazards for the Haw Creek neighborhood. Nature-based solutions is a term describing the sustainable management and use of natural features and processes to tackle socio-environmental issues, including issues of climate change. The site in question includes open green space, wetlands, of which we heard the Corps has made no determination on, streams and forested areas, all of which will be impacted by the currently proposed developments and replaced with impervious surface. These elements all contribute to our neighborhood as These elements all contribute to our neighborhood as nature-based solutions are important areas of absorption of excessive rainfall, an increasing threat we know will continue. The term missing middle and issues of affordability, housing keep arising, and many speakers have already or are planning to address this. Water moves downstream, and downstream of the proposed development are smaller houses as well as dense apartments directly adjacent to the already swelling Haw Creek. Can they carry the increased financial burden of upstream flooding? How is this addressing affordability for them? This proposed development is not addressing affordable housing. It is displacing and exacerbating these burdens elsewhere in the neighborhood. I respectfully ask that this body considers these carefully and votes no on this and encourages the developer to negotiate more with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we got Chris Pelly.
I would like a little extra time, so I think we have 3 volunteers. Thank you. Great. Good evening. My name is Chris Pelly. I serve as president of the Haw Creek Community Association. As evidenced by this turnout tonight, the conditional zoning request is clearly a big concern to the Haw Creek community. But this is how Haw Creek operates. When the need arises, we roll up our sleeves and mobilize. I have served as president of the Community Association intermittently since 1995. In that time, residents have mobilized to create 2 new parks, Haw Creek Park and Masters Park. Each were multi-year campaigns with broad-based community involvement, along with partnering with local government. And if things go right, we hope to add a new greenway this year, the Haw Creek Park Greenway. As well, we're hopeful the long-awaited new Haw Creek sidewalk extension will finally happen this year as well too. These improvements have all come about because we have a can-do attitude about the needs of our community. We have to be fierce advocates because, like in much of Asheville, development is coming fast and furious. We believe we must act proactively to create civic improvements to meet the needs of our growing population. With this in mind, we did not come here to say no to this development. We recognize housing of all types is needed in all areas of the city, including Hawk Creek. We're prepared to do our part. When Mountain Housing Opportunities was developing the Laurel Bridge Apartments on Whitson Road in Hawk Creek, myself and other association leaders went door to door to build support and smooth the way for our new neighbors. We want to be part of the solution to helping address Asheville's varied housing needs. What we ask in return is your consideration of our needs. In our neighborhood plan on a page, part of the 2018 comp plan, Hawk Creek residents identified concerns. Among those were worsening traffic, stormwater management, pedestrian safety, and preservation of green spaces. These same issues still exist. The meadows at Hawk Creek will, with all the proposed pavement, additional traffic, and lost tree canopy, will only worsen these things. The ask we have of you is this. Since our neighborhood took the time to participate in the comp plan process, that you consider our issues as you review this rezoning proposal. As has been already been asked, how is removing 80% of the mature tree canopy in harmony with the natural environment? What we need from you and Asheville City Council is a balanced and equitable approach. If the developer wants a conditional rezoning with all its attendant impacts, help us mitigate the impacts. Planning staff and elected officials have assured us the conditional zoning request provides an opportunity to negotiate conditions of the rezoning. To date, we've seen very little in the way of compromise from the developer. As a community, we have tried to play it straight. Our all-volunteer 767 working group of roughly 50 neighbors has met nearly every week since last October to listen and learn in order to develop a community-based response to the rezoning request. We have submitted 4 conditions to City Council and the developer. A primary condition is preservation of the dense, mature 6-acre forest on the eastern end of the property. Hawk Creek's plan on the page notes preservation of green space as a community need. Help us convince the developer to include this in his plan. A wooded loop walking trail will be of benefit to residents and the school children nearby. In addition, it will also reduce stormwater runoff, another comp plan item, as well as eliminate the need for the largest retaining wall proposed on this 27-acre site. We recognize this will require compromise from Mr. Jackson. To preserve the 6-acre parcel will require reducing downward from 95 the number of homes able to be built, although it will still far exceed 49 the amount he can build without a rezoning. From our perspective, the willingness of the Hawk Creek community to support a rezoning is in and of itself a compromise. This is because zoning is an implicit agreement between residents and City Hall. Residents have trusted that current zoning will determine future uses. Now, however, with the proposed change in zoning, if made without any consideration or compromise, may result in trust being broken. The Hawk Creek community is prepared to compromise and will not oppose a rezoning if Mr. Jackson also compromises. To date, this has not happened. For this reason, we respectfully request planning and zoning members oppose the conditional zoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Steve Sloan.
I am Steve Sloan, and I'm here for myself. I'm a lifelong member of the East Asheville community. Went to elementary school, grade school in Hawk Creek. My father practiced medicine for about 40 years. A lot of y'all probably either were doctored by him or your parents might have been. So I've got deep roots in the East Asheville area and Hawk Creek. I'm a past member of the Buncombe County Environmental Advisory Board. I worked for about 2 years with a lot of the folks on the Buncombe County side, and we crafted the steep slope ordinance and overlay
which I think has probably done a lot of good. It had a lot of contentious meetings like this when we were ironing that out. But at the end of the day, it was compromise on both sides, and that's what I'm not seeing here, and that's unfortunate. Another thing I'm not seeing here is I'm not seeing and I'm not trying to attack anybody here, but I'm not seeing y'all looking at the entire picture here. When you're looking, one of the things that I could easily see when we were trying to do the overlay was that it's very difficult to quantify quality of life, aesthetics, doing developments in keeping with the overall plans and whatnot. That's very hard to quantify. It's easy to quantify traffic counts, units, density, impervious surface. That's easy. It's easy to quantify how much profit will I make on X number of units versus that many units. So it's very difficult when you've got a lot of people looking at quality of life issues, because it's very easy to have them not heard because you can't quantify them. And oftentimes it comes down, and came down to money, but it did come down to compromising, not only on the folks that were trying to do the overlay, but the developers. So anyway, one other thing that we incorporated was an economic plan by Susan Kask at Warren Wilson, who was able to help quantify some of the economic problems with, or economic problems for Buncombe County if the view sheds were degraded to a certain extent. So I guess, real quick question. When if y'all are married, when you were getting married, you didn't say, all right, is your height between 5'7" and 5'11"? Check. Do you have a 4-year college education? Check. No, you followed your heart and you did the right thing and not just the quantifiable thing. So I'm challenging you. I mean, I was a little taken aback by the fact that it looked like y'all had already made your decision. And you got all these people. If you turned around and looked in their eyes, you'd see grief, you'd see fear, and you see a lot of folks that really don't know what their neighborhood, how it's going to be impacted. So I would just implore Mr. Jackson, I would implore y'all, take a step back. Please work with the Hall Creek folks. Please work with them. You cede your time? Thank you. I'll be brief.
I don't think you can do that after you start, so I think your time is up, sir.
Thank
Okay.
you. You just made my point, but thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clapping. I appreciate that. Next up, we've got Mark Dudome. Anybody? Is this person not here? Okay, Debbie Scholl. Okay. Oh, do I? Oh, no. Okay. I'm sorry about that.
That is. Where did you see that?
Right here.
Yeah, that's
That's
speaker-sided.
Christina Maggi. Okay. Frank Maggi. All right. Let's do it. You signed up, though. Let's go. You got it, man.
You've all heard what's going on. I'm from New York City. How many people from New York City? Remember the hell, okay? That was pretty much built from the 30s on by Robert Moses. He was called the master builder. He made hell for most people in New York City. He did a lot of, roadways, Van Wyck Expressway, etc. Uncontrolled growth destroys communities. What you have here, and most of these people around here don't know, is heaven, okay? Slowly disappearing day by day. If you have uncontrolled growth, all you will have is more misery. Why do I say that? I'm just being emotional. I lived it. I hated that city. I never wanted to be there because I'm an immigrant. I came from Italy. I was a small child that lived in the hills of northern Italy. When I came here, I said, this is like my old country. And this is what you have. You have a community. You got upset when somebody comes up with a plan like this and say, there's nothing here. It's actually going to save trees somehow when you cut down 80%. I don't know where to get that math from. But I understand you're a developer. You bought it. I don't know what you paid for it. You want to tell us how much you paid for it? I'd like to know. But if you can't make a profit on 49 homes, geez, am I missing? Did you overpay? How much money did you sink in? Granted, I know, you're going to have to build, you're going to have to pay the actual builders. Your cut is going to be less than you would hope for. So maybe you say, all right, maybe I can get 95. I'll throw the dart, see if it sticks. And maybe I can get the planning zone, the planning committee to okay it. Okay, fine. Right? All right. Anyway, the communities that exist now in New York City are in turmoil. They'll always be in turmoil because it's too big for its own infrastructure. We have a valley that's limited how you get in and how you get out. Two major roads, Old Haw Creek, New Haw Creek, and you're trying to put in 95 more homes and think nothing is going to impact it much. Whatever traffic study you did, of course, we did a traffic study, the Haw Creek Community Association did it, and of course it's going to impact it. Do you need a traffic study to know that 95 more homes is going to cause a traffic problem? You don't. Just use your common sense, use your eyes. Have you been to that place? It is like heaven in comparison to where we came from.
Thank you.
Say no. At least we'll give.
Okay, so we've heard a lot about traffic. I'm hoping the next person does not comment on traffic and maybe has a different comment. So James Shelton. Is that who I just heard from? Yes. All right.
My name is James Shelton. I'm speaking for myself. I live at 975 New Haw Creek Road. Last year, my wife and I bought our first home on New Haw Creek Road, just up the valley from this proposed development. I have a 30-year mortgage on that home, and I care deeply about the future and quality of life of Haw Creek. Our first child was born in August, and tonight is baby's first planning and zoning meeting. And we look forward to raising our family in the Haw Creek Valley. I would like to express my support for rezoning to allow for more homes to be built than is currently allowed. My family is fortunate enough to be able to afford home ownership in this very expensive town. But Asheville has a housing affordability crisis. Even though the homes built in this development may not meet the technical definition of affordable housing, I believe that the only solution to Asheville's affordability crisis is to build more homes on smaller lots at all price points. More is more, and housing economic research states very clearly that the more homes you add to a market, no matter the price point, the more affordable your market overall becomes. Traffic will adversely be impacted no matter how many homes we add in Haw Creek. I am willing to wait a little longer in traffic if that means that dozens of new families, like my own, get to call Haw Creek home. I respectfully ask this commission to approve this rezoning request. I also ask that this commission seriously consider approving future rezoning requests that allow for more homes to be built than currently allowed, including more townhomes, duplexes, and other dense housing types. I look forward to welcoming new families to Haw Creek, just as my family has been welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next up is Amy Shelton. And baby.
I'll also introduce Calvin Shelton. So I won't repeat what my husband James said earlier, but I would also like to encourage planning and zoning to approve the conditional rezoning for the reasons he stated. I would also like to urge the committee to continue to move this along. Please do not delay, please do not pause this effort. I don't understand how pausing and delaying is going to allow you all and the city to continue to develop housing, to address the missing middle problem that we have, and to address the affordability problem we have in Asheville. So that is my ask of you all tonight. Wish him a good night. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, Robin Ravi? Ravi? Okay. Next up, we got Russ Nicholson. Oh, I am so sorry. Thank you.
Invisible, huh?
You appeared.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Robin Reevy. I'm speaking for myself. I live on Alpine Way and share a common property line with 767 New Haw Creek Road. I share all of the expressed concerns and greatly appreciate the opportunity to share my concern about the proposed development, the Meadows at Haw Creek. I live in my childhood home on Alpine Way, which I inherited. My parents bought that property in 1965. I have underground water in several places in my yard. There is a spring in my driveway. There are places in my yard when it rains, sorry, I wasn't expecting to be called. When it rains, areas of my yard are mushy and soggy for days. In the summer, when there are drought conditions, these areas are lush. I have observed other areas in Happy Valley with similar conditions, suggesting underground water. There is underground water on the 767 New Haw Creek Road property as well. That property cannot sustain the density of the Meadows proposal. If my mother was alive, she would say, that proposed development is a pipe dream. It appears that the geology of the land itself is being ignored. It's one thing to have underground water in your yard, but to expect that type of land to support millions of tons of building materials and asphalt is unrealistic. The proposed development is careless, reckless, and thoughtless. At this time, the flora and fauna, the plants and animals of the land, use that water to live. Where will the water go when the ecosystem is removed? Nowhere. Just imagine the problems. Sinkholes, black mold, foundation nightmares. Do the developers have the financial means and ability to address these types of problems during and after construction? With careful planning, the land can accommodate the building of some homes. But if you think that there is not underground water on that property, you need to think again. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so it sounds like we're at an hour. And I feel maybe we need to end public comment at this time. Okay. We did discuss the school earlier. Yeah.
Did you move to close public comment?
I was going to, yes.
Okay.
All right, so I move to close public comment. I do not believe I need to make a motion. I just made the call, so we're going to close public comment at 7:53. And again, I'll remind you that you can send public comment or questions to us. And what I'm going to do is take a short break. I think that, a few of us would appreciate that. So Thank you all for coming out. I really appreciate everyone's input. And
Affordability should be for minimum wage people.
okay, great. Awesome. All right, we'll come back at 8:03.
So if I have a safety issue, are you voting officially tonight in the evening?
Well, I don't know. It depends on the commission. We have to deliberate after the three.
Early to speak.
Yeah, sorry.
The resident in favor. Sorry for the hurt.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how the email was, because that was something about contacting you. I don't want to lose these. Really isn't comments.
I think that's okay, and I think what's important in everyone to
not part of the
people too, that this is one step in the review process, right? And then, yeah, I'm just
Plenty of time.
Very nice to meet you.
Just honestly. Express just a safety issue potentially.
I'm staff, so I'm not going to be voting on this matter, so you can talk to me about it. I'm not gonna-
I live on the north side. There's an embankment on the right past Sleepy Hollow. That embankment. But it's partially that would reach out by the sidewalk. My concern is we have two streets here with Hall Creek River Drive. They're both coming in the same place. We don't have that on Hall Creek except Bell Road, which is by the ballpark, and Maple Drive by the fire department. But both of those have quarters on Hall Creek. Follow me?
Yeah.
So, but at this one, there's no place out except and I'm saying, coming around that corner, going 35, but I know darn well things will be more than 35. I'm not advocating that, but it goes that way. There's a danger there, in my opinion. If they rip out that embankment, clear line of sight, that's a plus. My biggest concern is that foot traffic. They're putting bike racks over there in the townhouse, anticipating families. They're drawing cars on the other side of the street. Pool, the ballpark, the school, the freeway, I see pedestrians crossing, and kids will take the shortcut. I think there's a concern here of not traffic as much as accidents, whether it be pedestrian or vehicle. And I'm also from Missouri. I think there's a problem with the infrastructure of water. I heard him say about the pressure and the flow, but I think the infrastructure being able to support more homes. Just 10 days ago, we were without water for 4 or 5 hours. It was not anticipated. I went on the city website. We had it happen. It's a safety issue here. I was on the biggest
Yeah, I'm not an expert on traffic.
But it's traffic accidents, not traffic.
Right. And I know a lot of that gets evaluated.
I'm sorry. If you could share a concern from another person
I'd be glad to. And I can put you in touch with engineers.
I'll let you know. Thanks for letting me share my concerns. And your name?
Yeah. We have an email on the website here. I can give it to you. It's kind of confusing.
My neighbor, yeah, he was actually former president. Side of the downtown.
Deliberate. I appreciate all the chatter.
All right, good.
I'm glad we're being a community, but we need to come back to the meeting. I can't believe we had. Yeah.
100 people, like 10 degrees.
Can we text him?
He's right there. I think he's coming.
Like, need to get.
He's coming. Come on. All right. So that public comment was amazing. There's some intelligent, passionate folks in the community. And I just want to remind everyone, we're volunteers, we're not paid. Just want to say that. And we love the community. I myself was a former plans reviewer and building inspector, so I'm used to people coming up to me yelling, being angry, so I don't like it though. And, you know, I appreciate all the comments today, and I know that our other commissioners may have some other questions, and I'm glad that some folks have stayed around. There were a couple things that I just want to get out right away, and then other commissioners, let's talk about it. So I went to planning school briefly. We talked about smart growth. That was all the rage, you know, in the early 2000s or whatever, mid 2000s, I don't know. What are we, 2024? So smart growth is based on density in the city, not the county, not the state. We're in the city. So I just want to remind everyone, there were some comments about Buncombe County. And so I think this project itself, you know, being built in the city is a really good thing. Haw Creek is not rural, like one of our other commissioners said. It's suburban in the city. And also, I think there's a lot of assumptions made about conservation and sustainability, and one of that is not driving so much. And this project is providing connectivity to transit. I don't think the farmland is helping any of the infrastructure as it sits currently. And then also, as far as traffic, our traffic engineer can probably speak to this, but housing doesn't create traffic. Business and institutions create traffic. Think of your drive-through. And also, I moved to Haw Creek because I love it. I love that I live on the side near Tunnel. I love the connectivity, the short distance to downtown. The lot next to me was an infill lot, and I had a neighbor who was very upset, and next door was a duplex, and some of the trees were taken down, and I met one of my good friends who moved in next door, and so you never know what's going to happen. I would encourage people to be open. We need housing, and I would love to hear what other people have to say. I think the developer has met with the neighborhood, you know, a few times, and you know, I feel like they have worked with the community, so let's see what everyone has to say. Yeah.
I'll jump in. I really appreciate that kind of opening statement, Chair Levi, and I would just agree that this has been an amazing show from the Haw Creek community, that you are a strong neighborhood and you are concerned about the future, and rightfully so. You've educated us. We listen, we have read every single comment, and the attendance of several city council members here tonight demonstrates that they're listening too. Your concerns are not falling on deaf ears. It, I think, comes back to me to a question of what is zoning for? We oftentimes use zoning to protect. We use zoning to protect the character and keep things the way that we want them to be. And then we do things like comprehensive plans. And what's a comprehensive plan for? A comprehensive plan is to create a vision for a community that we all want to live in. And I would actually contend that staff's analysis in conformance to this comp plan is very spot on and acknowledges the delicate balancing act that we have to do when we are creating infill housing opportunities in our strong residential neighborhoods. So I'd like to commend staff for really embracing the comp plan in the analysis. I totally understand the concerns and the inconsistencies flagged by many of the members of the Haw Creek neighborhood where they feel that the comp plan is not being upheld. But we created a comp plan to usher in a vision for the future in which we are accommodating many more residents into the city by necessity, and so that we can grow from within and not sprawl to without. So I just echo Chair Levi's comments. You know, no development is perfect, but in my opinion, the good is outweighing the bad, and the need for housing is staggering in our city.
Yeah, appreciate the comments, Chair Levi, Vice Chair Barton. It did kind of strike me there a few times, the way the comp plan was discussed and kind of the overarching feeling that maybe it's not being observed in a holistic way, and that we might not be honoring the past somehow. And I think, you know, there are fiscal responsibility components to the comp plan as well, and targeting that development densities around 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre in this type of location. It kind of goes beyond just what do those houses look like, what's the shape, are they multifamily? It also fills a tax basis need as well and produces property tax where currently is farmland. And I kind of, you know, just want to say that sustainability is wrapped up from an environmental perspective with, like we talked about, carbon offset on the mature growth trees. And I think we can think about that and applaud that. But I did drive to this site from downtown, and it was a 10-minute drive, which is much closer than other developments I see happening even within the city, along Long Shoals, for instance. And so in this way, it's kind of falls into that suburban, and as we call it in the city, low density is 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. And taking into account the totality of the need of housing, it is a project that may not be perfect, but meets a lot of the kind of dictates of the city, as well as the future residents and present residents. So I'm interested to see where conditional conversations go.
I'd like to address, first and foremost, a comment about it appearing that our minds are made up. I'd like to say that that's absolutely not the truth, at least from my perspective. You know, as a volunteer, I have spent several weeks doing my homework on this project and visited this site a number of times. Spoke to many people, and my thoughts about this project have fluctuated the whole time. So I first wanted to mention that. And moving to what our guiding light is the comprehensive plan. And this being a residential neighborhood, is identified as mainly single-family houses with dead-end streets. But over time, more housing diversity with small infill, sidewalks and multi-use trails with neighborhood connections. Consider a compact traditional neighborhood growth pattern. Consider cluster development in areas of environmental impact. And to move towards approximately 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. Currently, the density of this proposed plan is 3.5 units per acre. That's looking at Chapter 3 Looking at chapter 2, going back to what I just mentioned, I saw some concessions related to connectivity. I like the greenway, the multi-use path. I don't know if we want to necessarily call it a greenway. I know it's called a greenway on the plan, but to Commissioner Barton or Vice Chair Barton's point, we may not want to call it a greenway. I think we can call it a multi-use path. I think it's proposed at 12 feet. I think that's a great concession. I think I am in favor of proposing fee in lieu for the sidewalk on the east for connectivity to the planned sidewalk that has been funded, it's bond funded, and is hopefully going to start construction late summer. I think connectivity is a huge piece, and I think we need to iron that out as we move forward with these conversations. But I do want to add, as I mentioned earlier, looking at Book 2, the themes and the comprehensive plan, we need to make sure that we are building in harmony. And I think that's what a lot of the residents that showed up here today are wrestling with, right? So we want to make sure that there's some level of character that's maintained, and we want to make sure that we're preserving some of the natural assets of this valley. And so that's kind of where my sticking point is right now with this plan, is that missing piece. I think it hits most of the comprehensive plan elements, but I do think, I'm just going to read a section from the Harmony with the Natural Environment, page 205 on the comprehensive plan. As our city continues to attract new residents and thus new development, special care must be taken to ensure that this new development does not interfere with the city's natural appeal as well as natural functioning of the regional ecosystem. And due to its proximity to the Blue Ridge Parkway and the several large, mature trees on the side, I would be looking for some concession in related to the canopy.
If I may, Commissioner Cycle, can I ask you about, one of the public comments mentioned something about clear cutting within the buffer. I know that that doesn't specifically talk to what you're talking about mature trees, because you said there was some up to 3 foot. So I'm wondering if that could be something we could discuss as a condition, or some version of that.
Could I get just a little bit of clarification? Because like you, I've visited the site a few times, and I keep hearing this 80% canopy. And when I visit the site, particularly on the east side of New Haw Creek, there's a tremendous amount of just open farmland, which, I mean, maybe since the dawn of time, that's just been a grassy knoll. But I suspect at some point that may have already been canopy that was removed for another reason. And so when I hear this 80%, it sounds like a big percentage, but it's like 6 acres of a 27-acre site, I think. I don't know. I don't know how it's calculated.
I think, this is Commissioner Wheatley, I think the comments were that 80% of the canopy that is there would be removed as part of the development, not that it's 80%. I think it's currently about 54% treed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it would be removing 80% of existing canopy, yeah.
And going back to the question I had earlier, so as far as the buffer zone and clearing that area for development, do you think that satisfies some of the concerns that you have?
Are you saying the buffer zone that the HCCA proposed?
No, I am talking about the 30-foot buffer zone and one of the public commenters mentioned clear cutting. And so I don't know.
I think the developer is proposing to use existing canopy as part of that 30% buffer.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I'm discussing would be in addition to that. I'm going to throw one thing out there. I'm thinking of, and a lot of municipalities have this. Charlotte has a heritage tree program. For them, it's 30-inch DBH. What I would be proposing as a condition would be the conservation or tree save of quote-unquote heritage trees. That would be trees of 36-inch DBH or higher.
Okay.
That would require, obviously, a tree survey to be conducted. Another condition, this one's easier, I think. I know that one's going to be a sticking point, but this one's easier. I would like to propose a condition that 74% of the site's going to be raised, right? It's going to be completely cleared. And I know there's a lot of good meadow species that exist on that farmland. And I know a lot of that front open space is going to be preserved. But to put in the stormwater feature, to put in the greenway, there's going to be a level of disturbance, right? And that's okay. What I'm proposing is that the top 2 to 3 inches of topsoil be stockpiled, and then that's the topsoil that is used when putting back the cover, because that top 2 inches of topsoil is where the seed bank is. And there's a lot of good ironweed and other good meadow species in there. And that's just something simple. That's something, I don't know that everybody in the room knows that I'm also a designer. That's something we do in all of our projects is we stockpile the top 2 inches of topsoil to preserve the natural seed bank instead of importing topsoil.
Commissioner Greiner. I sympathize with this project because it's very similar to the Beaver Dam Valley in terms of narrow roads and no sidewalks, not a lot of transportation through there. I have several concerns. I want as many housing units as we can get in my daytime job, but I don't want it at the cost of other things. I'm not comfortable with the way that the sidewalk discussion went. I certainly understand the fee in lieu, but specific wording that it get built with the funds that are available. I'm really concerned about the band of mature trees are at the back of the property, which is similar to what you were talking about. And I know that's going to cut into some of the housing units. And it was brought up over and over and over, stormwater runoff, and I'm not totally comfortable with, and I'm not a designer, so I don't know the plan, if it's correct or not, whether it's going to handle the runoff from this project. And I know the soil and the trees will help that, but those are kind of my concerns.
Can I speak to this stormwater really quickly?
Yeah.
So the stormwater system is not designed yet, right, at this stage. However, the designer is held to a very strict standard for stormwater treatment and attenuation, and I feel very confident in the designers and in city staff, including those at the stormwater department, to make sure that the stormwater system will accommodate.
That brings up a really good point, Commissioner Levi. So this is not the final step in this review process. This is just one of the steps along the way for conditional zoning. And so some of the things that are being discussed tonight will be reviewed in the final TRC and also going up for council vote.
I think that's a great point, Commissioner Barton, that this isn't the final say, and there were several requests during public comment for continuing the conversation with the community and continuing the negotiation to reach a a shared vision of what this project could become. So I would certainly encourage the developer, if they receive a favorable vote tonight, to continue that conversation between now and council. I think there's an open conversation about whether we need to continue the project to come back here, whether there's enough unanswered questions that we'd like to see it again. But even if the project proceeds in the approval process, there's certainly opportunity, and I would encourage the developer to continue the conversation with the community to resolve concerns.
This is Commissioner Bean, and I appreciate that, Jeffrey. I did have questions about the sidewalk conversation and that gap in connectivity and sort of the feasibility of getting that built. And know that, as staff emphasized multiple times, that connectivity is absolutely key. So yeah, don't know if that's a possibility, but another thing that I hope that the developer will continue the conversations with the neighborhood about, in addition to the city or whoever else needs to negotiate on the sidewalk question, remains affordability, dedicated affordability. I know we've named that and we've kicked that around. I know y'all have looked at that, but I'm excited that the Asheville-Buncombe Community Land Trust is a tool in our toolbox now that can create pathways for dedicated affordability in ownership projects like this one. And hope that y'all will continue to explore that before you get to council, whether that is a delay in coming back here or whether that is, going from here to council. Either way, yeah, I just want to raise that up again, that I think dedicated affordability in our community goes a long way to winning goodwill and winning hearts and minds. That said, I also acknowledge that there's a common misunderstanding, I think, about the value of adding supply and adding housing stock, and the benefits that brings to the community. I think often there's this perception that the community is harmed by additional development and infill development and gentle density like this is proposing. And yet I think that overlooks the benefit that housing development, housing being built in our community that is, in proximity to transit. It's not on top of transit at this particular site, but there are always trade-offs. And I've really been wrestling with this one for a lot of reasons. And yet I do feel like the added benefit to the community as a whole of adding housing, adding density, pushing the density that is currently laid out in the zoning code to be a more future-oriented number feels like it's responsive to a different set of concerns and needs. One of the emails that we got that I appreciated wished us luck in balancing the desires of existing residents with the needs of the future. And I think it's really hard and fuzzy to know what the needs of the future are going to be. But it does seem like housing is very needed, both for existing residents and future residents. So I just name that I appreciate that. I'm grateful for density, and also hope that that y'all can continue negotiations with the community to kind of, win some more folks to understanding some of those nuances and the trade-offs.
Commissioner Fairclough, I agree with everything you just said, Commissioner Bean. I really appreciate those comments, and I agree with a lot of what you said. I realize there is a pressing need to balance increased housing stock, but I think this board we did get on a good trend of having projects come to us have other affordability metrics baked into them, and I still feel like that's 80-20-80 rule.
It is really cool to kind of keep affordability at the fore of our mind, and the ownership component of this being single-family home and townhouses. It provides maybe a different lens for us to look at it, because intergenerational wealth is obviously pretty tough to build. In the United States, we hold most of our savings in our home. And so, I don't know necessarily the best way to bake in some of that opportunity. However, kind of one thing that popped into my head as we were discussing it, and we've put these kind of conditions in before. So I don't know if it's, where it lands in the legal spectrum, but we've kind of put words like engage, work in good faith, these sorts of things. And in particular, I don't know enough about it. Somebody here in this room or on this board may, but encouraging some kind of down payment assistance, community partnership engagement. I don't really know what that looks like, but I know there are people in this community who have the opportunity to help home buyers who may not have spare change rolling around to make that deposit, that initial down payment. So that was something as, an opportunity to build equity, maybe a new chance to bring in a diverse home buyer set in this area.
Chair Levi, I believe we also learned last time that housing choice vouchers can be used for mortgages. So I don't know if that's an option.
Actually, that is really interesting. I don't know how that plays with a mortgage as a tool. So that's something maybe the developer could speak to better than we can.
Yeah, we can't really.
I'd hate to be the one who just says, hey, you want to get up to that microphone and talk about conditions, or, I mean, we can just move for,
I think
if you
so.
would prefer we continue, we can move down that path.
No, let's get him up there. He's got his sneaks on.
So I could hustle up here. I'll kind of start in reverse order, and maybe we'll circle back to it. The voucher conversation, that was super interesting. I think that we could add in a condition where we would provide programs specifically targeted first-time buyers as part of an education program, because those tools, at least the ones that Jesse and I are familiar with, are primarily on the buyer side. And one of the things I see in our community is a disconnect in tools that are available for buyers in that situation and the available tools. And people are saying these things aren't being used, and buyers are going, I can't get there. So I think that we could put in a program that does that, similar to what we do in some of our commercial projects when we're talking about minority job fairs and contractor hiring programs, kind of that same condition of it's on us to educate them about the tools that are available to them. So I'll be comfortable with that kind of condition going in. Working back up, the fee in lieu, I'd like to amend that condition to make it very clear that the fee in lieu money for that sidewalk that would be on the east side could only be used for the connection for the Bell Road sidewalk ending for the city. So that's what it would be used for. And then working my way back up, the topsoil condition, absolutely we'll add that in. I think we're probably doing that anyway, but putting that in as a condition is a great idea. That's easy enough to do, so we would add that in. And then kind of a compromise on the proposed condition about the mature trees. One thing I want to point out on this buffer area is that it's not just 30 feet. It ranges from 30 feet to 100 feet. And you can look on and see where those areas are. But the condition that we're proposing would say that there's no clear cutting anywhere in that 30-foot to 100-foot buffer. That way, all those mature stands, which are significant on both ends of the property, end up being preserved inside that buffer area, which again is 30 feet to 100 feet. And we would add that in as a condition, no clear cutting in the buffer.
Groovy.
And by buffer, are you referring to the, I'm sorry, yes, I'm on sheet C203, which is identifying open space. When you're saying 100 feet, are you referring to not just the 30-foot? You're talking about this full open space?
Yeah. So that's basically 100 feet. These are 100-foot lots here.
Right now, this is identified as the buffer, though. Right.
Okay. And well, we
gray line.
Limits of disturbance.
It limits
Yeah.
disturbance, and what we're saying is that limits of disturbance in some places here, nearly 100 feet from not disturbed.
Do you mind speaking into the mic, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if it's on there. Can you put that one up there? Where's the best way to put it?
Let's get a color one up there if we can. It's a little bit easier to see far away. I know. We'll fall asleep if we dim the lights, though.
I don't think it's going to be his either. Hey, Sam. That's what sheet
Is there a
you
way to
put-
pull up the actual plan sheets, L103?
Oh, tree canopy preservation plan, that is one that I do have on mine. And then we also have hard copies, which we can have Jackson. Clay, can you bring in a copy of the tree canopy preservation plan? Revised landscape, so this is revised TCP. Perfect. There. Let me slideshow that.
Oh, out of plan.
Yeah, everything in the green is preserved.
Okay.
The green stipple, and then the green flash,
Oh.
the buffer.
Perfect.
They might want to see it.
So amending what I said earlier, everything that's in the green stipple here,
Oh,
it would be preserved.
No, that's great.
L103.
Yeah, no, I was aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this.
I know the grading's tough. Is there any idea, Warren, as to, I know okay, so between Bear Grass Lane and Red Ember Drive, where you have proposed trees in there, and I know there's grading happening in there, but there are, in that location, there are some 36 DBH trees that would fall between those lots. Is it possible to move some of this around, either through maybe curvilinear road or whatnot, maybe pushing up a little bit more up on the front towards the wetland, so that the grading works to preserve those trees in there? From a developer standpoint, I know it's more desirable, I know that there's a lot of demand for housing, and so it's these lots will sell no matter what, but having a neighborhood at Hog Creek's character, there's so many mature trees in there, and being able to preserve some of those mature trees within the development itself, I think would be a benefit.
And forgive me, Commissioner, just real quick, because not everyone has the planning lingo. Can you say, for everyone in the audience, I've heard confused noises and seen confused faces. Can you say what DBH, diameter of breast height, is?
Yes, okay, yes. So DBH is diameter at breast height, so it's about 4.5 feet up off the ground. It's a term used in, I'm a landscape architect that's my day job. And so we use that terminology to determine the size of the tree. We can also determine the size of the tree based on the crown diameter, but it's a common term used. DBH stands for diameter of the tree at the breast height.
Thank you.
Okay, so is it possible?
There's just too much topo in that area to be able to do both the lots and do all the preservation in those areas. We've really tried to keep those preservations to the exterior area, which is where our neighbors are. That's where we try to really focus that preservation, and then plant in between as the build back, if you will.
Okay. I wanted to ask about this first-time homebuyer program that you brought up. It sounds kind of loosey-goosey and non-enforceable, so let's get some clarity on that. What does that look like?
I think it's going to be essentially an education program that we would provide to provide those tools, because the tools aren't going to be seller tools. They're not going to be bank tools, frankly. They're going to be buyer tools.
Okay, so there would be a curriculum, sort of, or is it part of a mortgage lending?
Well, we're not going to do the lending on it, so
Yeah.
it would be, programs that we would make available as part of, any kind of sales lot office, but having those first-time buyer programs available and have that as a condition that we would include that in our packages for marketing.
Okay.
I kind of go back to just like in working with community partners on engaging in down payment assistance. It's a little bit more specific, a little bit more targeted. Once again, can you enforce it? Tough to tell, but at least it signals, kind of a movement towards encouraging, equity growth for a diversity of incomes.
That works, yes. If that was a question to me.
Yes, sir.
I think you articulated it better than I did.
Brad, our city attorney, could you help us wordsmith that?
I think we can come up with some rough language that would characterize what we're talking about. Excuse me, I think we can come up with some rough language that can characterize what you're talking about. As always is the case, there is some refining of this language in the details that will happen dependent upon the final vote of this body tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any further comments, Commissioner Griner, on the back band of mature trees that I had mentioned? The back of this development?
I think east is
east,
east of New Haw Creek on the single-family home side, I think is what Commissioner Griner's speaking to.
So are you mentioning the ones at the far end of the property, on the east
buffer
side?
zone.
Not, okay, yeah, not in the Greenway area,
Correct.
but on, yeah, okay. At the lot line.
And I'm sorry, what the question is?
Any consideration for keeping those mature trees at the back of the lot line?
Do you know exactly where those are?
Yeah, I think, this is Commissioner Cycle, I think what we're trying to get at, is there any give?
Hi, there's some comments. I appreciate everyone still hanging in here, but we can hear you. So if you want to take your conversation maybe in the next room, that would be helpful. Thank you.
The 30 to 100 feet was in the plan that we reviewed. I think we're just wondering, is there any give or concession? I mean, is the 95 a solid number? Are we stuck in stone on 95?
Oh, in terms of the units? That's the plan. That's the economics of it. I mean, it's ultimately a developer question. That's a balance. And, the things that we get pulled on are adding things in, preserving things, making it affordable, and reducing the number of lots. And that is a very complicated piece. And we continue to work with not just this voting body, but we have another one that we have to go to, as well as TRC, as well as continue discussions with the neighbors. And so balancing those things, but that's where we are right now is on the 95, assuming we can build those.
Speaking just quickly to, I guess primarily to my fellow commissioners and to the public here is, we go back to 95 units many times, and we've heard folks say, well, just reduce it to 70, do 49. We hear all these comments, and what's not represented in the public comment today is those 95 homes, those 95 people, those residents. I got chuckled at pretty good when I asked, can you actually sell 95 homes? That was a pretty good indication that everyone here felt that that was a foolish question. So how do we feel about those 95 families? I don't know. I mean, maybe we're not considerate of those people, but that is part of what we have to do within the comp plan, is understand that those people cannot be represented here tonight, and to consider those people, to consider that if there are families there and there are children in those families, then they're going to be enrolled in the public school system, which in Asheville right now has declining enrollment. And we're generating funding gaps across the city, which is not sustainable, because presently we're building 80% of our housing stock outside of the city of Asheville. That 80% that are living outside the city of Asheville, are they coming to Asheville? Why did they move to the MSA of Asheville? Was it just to be in proximity of arts and culture? Or is it to actually embrace the city itself? And that is, in fact, what property taxes are meant to recognize. And so I just want to kind of reiterate, those people could not be here to speak tonight. And it's important to recognize they almost certainly do exist.
Commissioner Griner, I think there's one point where by right they can build 49. What they've presented is 95. And so there's a different number between those two.
And I think, the greenways, the connectivity, inside the comp plan, one of the things we aim to do is leverage private development. And I think we are leveraging that private development because, the city committed $3.5 million in the 2016 bond referendum for this community to connect Bell Road to Beverly with sidewalks, which is awesome. It should happen. And this private developer is offering a condition to connect this new development across ball fields, near pools, to the adjacent community. That is a public benefit. And as is the Greenway. I didn't hear anything about gates. I actually heard that the Greenway would be gifted to the city, it sounded like, if they're willing to manage it and take it. And that's a huge contribution. I don't see many private businesses, private developments. Look, anyone in this room can give their land back. We all have that right, and these folks actually are doing that in the form of a greenway. And that is pretty interesting. I don't think it should be overlooked.
Here, Levi, also 49 homes, there's no saving of trees. There's a difference. I think we're just trying to work with the details and balance all the different pros and cons and needs of the community. So, any other comments?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Cycle. I think that's a good point. I think I would really applaud the applicant for putting together that use by right plan. That's a big concern of mine is, if this plan, if we don't, go through this body, right, and work together, right, give and take, look for a win-win, and this fails, we go back to use by right, the developer has every right to clear cut the whole lot. It is that, I'm honestly curious if that is the alternative that the Hawk Creek residents are wanting. Are they wanting the clear-cut lot with the 49 lots on it, or are they looking for something that's maybe a little higher density but has more buffers, has the multi-use path? And so that's kind of what I'm wrestling with. I want to make sure that this development, whatever happens with this land, is in character.
If I may add on to that point, and I've gone back to the slide that shows that 49, that is, as of right, doesn't come here, is all staff level. That's only on the east side of this property, and that just leaves the rest of it to sell to somebody else to do that. That's how the ordinance is set up. And
Yeah, I'm aware. I did the math myself, because, I work on AutoCAD every day. I got 58 units is what I could fit in by right. So.
I think it's worth mentioning that, we don't have to get it perfect, but we are working on some conditions. And I personally would like to see this move forward. I think the developer and the application and the team has really put together a strong package, and staff has worked really hard with them to provide a detailed report. And we've definitely had lots of public comment, and there's more opportunities for that. I would move to make a motion to approve or deny and not continue. I want to have a vote either way tonight. So given the 4 conditions that the applicant has proposed, I feel pretty comfortable, and I just want to see if anybody has any further comments and would like to make a motion.
I just have one question for the applicant, and thank you for that, Chair Levi. This is Commissioner Barton. Do you feel like there is any further refinement and development, any ideas that have come from the community? The community has provided a tremendous amount of feedback to you tonight and before tonight. Is there any stone that was just unturned tonight that you feel would warrant some additional time to coordinate with the community on, or do you feel that this is the best offer plan to recognize some of the concessions to community concerns?
This is a step in the process, and this is an intentional step that the folks who set up the process have put there for this kind of discussion. And what I would like is to keep that process moving, and I will commit to the members of this commission, the city council members who are here, Mr. Noor in the back who's representing the association, to continue those discussions, and we will meet as often and as long as we need to continue refining these pieces. An open piece that I know is out there is, exactly how that's going to work in terms of connecting that 644 feet across the ball field. And we'll get there at some point, but we need to keep the process moving, and that's what we would ask of this commission, is to let us do that, and do that with a favorable recommendation, including the conditions that staff has suggested that we've added, and then the ones that you've suggested that we've also added.
Not to belabor it, but I'm just going to be more blunt than Jeffrey and just say, so did you or did you not hear anything new tonight?
I'm not sure I've heard anything new. A lot of the things that we heard, we've been hearing before. I do think that, and I agree with Mr. Noor, that we've made some real good progress on that. To hear members of the community acknowledge that having the sidewalk up on the east side and on New Hawk Creek Road doesn't make as much sense as having ADA access to a 12-foot wide greenway. That's some serious progress. Connecting across the ball field was something that we've been talking about for weeks, and to know that that is a real thing and that we're putting in a condition to enforce that, that's real progress. I think that we'll continue to have discussions on this density issue and the preservation issue. I think that we'll continue to have those discussions, and we will talk to them. We've offered up plans to get maybe a little bit in the weeds, but we've offered up if there are ways to offset that economically, tools that can avail themselves, similar to trust type items. And so, that's something that can continue to be explored, not just during this process, but even after approval of the project.
Sounds great, yeah.
Offset what economically?
In order to get, well, you know this, in order to get lenders to loan on a project, you have to be able to show that the project's financially viable. When you start to get into economics of taking away lots and still having the same expenses, then it doesn't, you know, pencil, to use the word. So if there are ways to offset that for increased buffer, if you're going to lose X many lots, if there's, you know, some fund that's going to come in, some trust that we can drop that into, you know, that would offset that economically.
You're talking like land conservation
Correct.
fund trust, gotcha.
It sounds like what I'm hearing is the 95 is the number that is need to make this project viable, that there's no give on that.
Currently correct.
Can we hear the conditions we've all agreed to tonight, just so I can wrap my simple brain around it?
I'm happy to read those off. And again, these are the initial draft of these conditions, which are subject to refinement as we go through this process. But what I believe I've heard is 4 conditions. The first one, and again, these conditions would be in addition to any previous conditions that already existed, or to modify the existing conditions to be in conformance with these. The first condition is a payment of fee in lieu for the sidewalk section on the east side of the property to connect to Bull Road, to specifically be dedicated to the completion of that particular section of sidewalk. Number 2.
That is Bell Road.
Sorry. Actually wrote Bell Road, and I'm writing very quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 2, that there would be no clear cutting within any of the stated landscaping buffers. Number 3, that the top 2 to 3 inches of topsoil be preserved and put back into the work. And I'll probably have to have my developer friends give me a little more better language for that. But then the final condition being the implementation and provision of education programs for first-time home buyers, and to engage community partners to explore down payment assistance programs.
Hot dog.
One thing I would like to add that I heard a lot of discussion about, and it seemed the developer was willing, is a condition that as shown on the plans, greenway, but truly multi-use path would be ADA accessible.
Yes, you can add that in.
I believe that's actually required, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, public comments closed, I'm sorry.
So say that again. So that was the accessibility part of it. I believe that's a requirement, actually. It is, yeah.
If it's redundant, no need to include it.
I think it is.
Madam Chair, if I may ask the applicant, is the intention that the greenway would be publicly dedicated?
That's what we've been discussing, and that's the intention. We need to have someone who's willing to receive it, whether it's the county or the city, but that would be the intention.
And I don't know if that's included in any of the documents now, but I might suggest that if the applicant was willing, that they're, pardon? That the applicant provide a public access easement. And I think that would solve the issues that the city may have.
To circle back to Commissioner Cycle's comments around.
Mr. Branham, that's fine as a condition.
Alan?
Around the mature tree preservation, is there any value in requesting a tree survey? You know, it's pretty clear that the grading will necessitate removal. So I guess my question is there any further exploration that could maybe challenge that notion, or is that just sort of do you think moot at this point?
I mean, the tree survey is just going to come back and tell you there's some magnificent trees on the lot. And very little that can replace that value, in my opinion. I mean, I would like to see, honestly, I don't understand why there can't be a little bit of give here. Just from my perspective, it is a challenging topographical site, but I think that there could be some creative design work that can be done to at least save some of those trees. And I think that's what we're here to do.
Well, I will tell you this, in looking at my client and our engineer, we'll continue to work on that, but to try to finalize those kind of conditions and final numbers, at this recommending body is a very difficult spot for the applicant, and that's just, practical confession. It just is. It's very difficult to do that at this stage in the process when we've got another 6 miles to go in the marathon.
Commissioner Levi, I was wondering, does the applicant plan to engage a landscape architect for this project in addition to civil?
Typically, we'll have the landscape compliance plans and those things that will go through the city. If a landscape architect is brought on, usually it's related to the entry monument areas, some very special areas, since the city does give exact code on street trees, the buffering, the canopy, all those different things.
Thank you.
I don't want to throw another curveball in here, but I guess I just can't help myself. We've talked about connectivity quite a bit, and just looking at the opportunity with the connection down past the ball fields to the pool area. Is there any value in and I don't know enough about maybe the traffic flow out there, but people talked about safety, pedestrian safety. Is a signalized crosswalk there from the townhouses to that? Because right now you basically have sidewalks on the west side of Newhaw Creek, and then you're switching over to the one real pedestrian path on the east side of Newhaw Creek. So I don't know. I hate to say it, but I haven't had the chance to speak with any other commissioner about that. And everyone can just give me a head nod. No, they're not super stoked on that conversation.
Maybe a colleague of a little birdie told me maybe that wasn't in the interest of the community, but
Don't want a crosswalk?
I know, right? Isn't that weird?
I think it sounds like a
I
good
might have
idea.
missed that public comment. So there's no that was public comment.
It wasn't public comment. It was a rumor.
Hard to know everything. Okay, well, we'll exclude
Yes.
it and move on.
No, we're not excluding it. I'm just saying, I think maybe there was some issue with the traffic or something like that, but
Yeah, I heard the traffic calming measures were part of some transportation report. That's what
Yeah.
got brought up, but it's okay. It's okay. I mean, look, this isn't the final say. I don't have to have a way, but I'm glad to know that there's been some public debate to some
I haven't
degree.
heard any of that, to be clear. I thought that sounded like a good idea.
And
Yeah.
to be clear, that's been part of the discussion, those kinds of traffic calming measures, and we want to make sure that the community are in agreement on that, because they're the ones who are driving that, and we want to make sure that that's consistent with what their wishes are. So any of those kinds of transportation pieces, we would like to get their sign off on.
So are you considering a crosswalk? I'm kind of missed what you said there.
There are a number of traffic calming measures that we've considered out there, including flashing lights, four-way stops, no left turns out of Beverly. But this would be one of those things that we would have on that list. I cannot imagine that we wouldn't want to have a crosswalk that had the blinker when traffic's coming.
And so to clarify, that would be across Bell?
No, New Hawk Creek.
New Hawk Creek.
Between the townhouses and the single-family homes.
Oh.
Yeah, from the west side.
Connecting the Greenway, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, neighborhood character includes being able to walk safely across the street and in an opinion of,
So does any of the commissioners have an objection to that being added?
No, I support that. That sounds great.
is that something the development team's willing to accept as a condition this evening?
Yeah, and I would add subject to DOT approval, because that's a
yeah.
DOT thing.
Certainly.
And what I'm envisioning and hearing is perhaps what you see on Riverside, where you have the traffic approaching, warning signs and the crosswalk. Is that?
Yeah, that's right, a signalized crosswalk.
Yeah, so subject to DOT approval, that's something that we would put in as a condition.
Really cool. Thank you.
Okay, we're up to 6.
I hate to belabor this issue, but I believe that the developer and the design team has heard the comment about the canopy protection for a while and has had ample time to explore those options. And so, like, I get what you're saying is now is not the time to necessarily make those concessions because it's a multi-step process. And I'm just going to say it right now. It feels like there's no budge there. And if there's no budge there, for me, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't know that I can support this at this time.
Okay, so are there other comments or questions related to the conditions? Would anyone like to move forward a motion?
I move to approve the conditional zoning requested for the property located at 767 New Hawk Creek Road from residential single-family medium-density development RS4 to residential expansion conditional zoning, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the request, 1, provides development that maximizes real estate development to meet the needs of the residential community, and 2, makes the streets more walkable and connected, especially where sidewalks and greenways are located at street crossings and where connectivity eliminates gaps proximate to greenways.
That's with added conditions.
With the additional conditions from this evening.
We normally state them. Do we need to state them?
I'm happy to read those again, Madam
As
Chair.
stated by the city attorney.
Yeah, so we've now 6 conditions. I will read those again. The conditions which have received the developer's agreement are a payment of a fee in lieu for the sidewalk section on the east side of the property to Bale Road, to be specifically dedicated to the construction of that particular sidewalk section. No clear cutting within the stated landscaping buffers. The top 2 to 3 inches of topsoil to be preserved and utilized on the project development. Implementation of an education program for first-time home buyers, and the engagement of community partners to explore down payment assistance programs. The Greenway will be accompanied by the provision of a public access easement, and subject to DOT approvals, the installation of a signalized pedestrian crosswalk across New Hawk Creek Road connecting the 2 sides of the development.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay. 3 nays. Okay, so
Motion passes 4-3.
Commissioner Wheatley. Motion passes 4-3. I don't have a gavel here. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone for staying in. It was a tough one. Our next meeting will be April 3rd. If you enjoyed this meeting, come see us in a couple weeks. We love having you. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Commissioners, please see me by the sign-in table before you leave.